Test. Test. Should I start? Okay. Hello and welcome to the 4th Yoonaverse edition. I'm happy to welcome you here and in the Berlin Metaverse, where we'll stream the whole program. First of all, I want to welcome Jürgen Scheppers from IKK. He will now take over the welcome speech, and after that, Alexander Gedert. Just start.
Anna asked me yesterday if I could substitute stage secretary Michael Beale at a short notice, who is unfortunately unable to attend. Of course, I'm happy to do so. I'm responsible for the creative industry at the Chamber of Industry and Commerce and was part of the jury that selected Yoonaverse and awarded it with 100,000 euros. Why? Because Yoonaverse brings the Berlin fashion design tech scene closer together with its idea. And not only that, the Berlin companies can show worldwide that the entire digital design value chain can be mapped and made applicable. Berlin is creative and digital and did not have a developed industry like other federal states. A challenge that we have successfully implemented, and today Berlin is one of the most important locations worldwide for the creative and digital industry and of course for startups. Currently, digital fashion, virtual spaces, NFT and new technologies like artificial intelligence are disrupting the fashion industry and are proving to be fresh opportunities for retailers and brands. The most popular term we know nowadays is the metaverse and generated AI. With generated AI, fashion products can be manipulated in seconds. The results of the AI are incredible, and in newly built virtual spaces we can admire digital fashion in a completely new way, and all in 3D. Digital twin stores and augmented shopping experiences are paving the way for the next retail and brand frontier, one that is immersive and offers new ways of engagement. Technologies in fashion is no longer a futuristic concept reserved for science fiction movies. The shopping experience becoming a rich environment that blends into omni-channel digital spaces. Virtual spaces are a perfect way for brands to connect with their audience and create additional visibility. This is why it's so important to make digital product creations possible for every brand. With deep tech, production steps can already be reduced to just 3 sticks, saving time and money. But above all, the environment can be increasingly protected. Along with digital fashion, the future of a sustainable fashion industry also takes place directly on site, in the design studios and production facilities of the fashion companies. AI can have a significant impact on the fashion industry, revolutionizing various aspects of the design, production, marketing, and customer experience. Some key areas are assist fashion designers in generating new and innovative designs, personalized recommendations for customers, or virtual try-ons by leveraging computer visions in combination with AR. Fashion and technology have the potential to strengthen society and to create holistic sustainability, thanks to the courage of all the existing and upcoming startups. The use of these complex technologies are not only aimed in the younger generations, but also improving access and usability for small and medium-sized companies and even private individuals to use. Technology and open innovation are profound for the fashion industry, transforming the way fashion brands operate, create, and engage with customers. Companies should be open to innovation for several compelling reasons, such as competitive advantage accelerates business growth, customer satisfaction, or sustainable transparency and development. With Yoonaverse, a groundbreaking step now follows, networking with each other, with the goal of working together on new ideas, because together is the word of the hour. everyone for themselves should be a thing of the past. And only together we can continue into the future. But therein lies the great responsibility to pick up business and society and not to explain to them what is right without explaining why and without letting them participate. This is also something I would like to see more in politics and something we have just experienced with the heat pump discussion. I wish you exciting presentations, constructive discussions, many new contexts, and a successful conference. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I give you the
Anna, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, good morning. My name is Alexander, and I'm working, or I used to work in the textile business for many years, for more than 20 years. But since 5 years, I gave up working, and I'm now my activities only as a non-executive board member. And I support CEOs and the executive board to be more successful. And one part, well, of the basic role of the non-executive board is to give advice and to control and to check, to supervise. And as well, you need to have some other characteristics than being an executive board member. Because when you work as an executive, you're always in the front row. And all the people are admiring you, and they want to make business with you. And as a non-executive, you are, well, most of the people do not even know what you do. Well, actually it is a bit complicated because it is not real work, you know. So I do not want to say that's entertainment, but well, sometimes it is entertainment, but it is a serious task to support the board. And particularly in these times, and particularly in the fashion business, we need, our whole business needs to develop further and to become much more sustainable. And without technology, it is not realistic to become more sustainable. And therefore, I'm a fan of further development to become a real modern digitized company. And I'm very happy that they are coming step by step. There are coming more startups and new tech companies to support the companies. And me as a board, I try to support. In this case, I support Anna to open some doors and to encourage her to develop further, to support the companies to become more digital. And so there are 5 major points actually. So the first one is to create the digital landscape. Yoona, and well, Yoona is one example. Yoona could be one part of the solution. The second part is, as soon as you have the data, you can work with the data to become more successful, to become more sustainable, and to work more digitized and to work more modern. And this is for the future. It is really very important. And one more point is, now I must look at my list. You know, because I'm quite old, and this is for me as well. It is very new, and the next one is the innovation for all companies is a very important point, and so the tech startups could be a very important point, and the fourth point is the partnerships. The partnerships with these tech companies can really improve and can really speed up the process to become more digitized. And this is as well the fifth point. The digitization of the whole value chain is very important and can support the companies to become more successful. So this is why I'm very happy that startups like Yoona are existing, and your colleagues as well. There are some more startups as well, but this is a very good tool to become more successful and to become more modern. And this is as well my role, to support not only Yoona. I have some other mandates as well, 5 more, and I support these companies, of course, as well. And I can all encourage more executive, non-executive guys and girls, of course, as well, to do the same. It is very important for our branch because, as you've seen in the press, the politicians are interested now as well in our business because we are polluting the atmosphere so much, and as soon as the politicians are becoming active, it is not a very good sign. Yeah. Yeah. So enjoy the day, and I'm very happy that I can support Yoona to become more successful.
Thanks. So, thank you, Jürgen, that you came here as an ambassador, and thanks, Alex, for your speech. It's very important that every startup, I think, has like an ally in the industry to be successful. Now I want to keep going with my speech. Thanks again for coming. We have today different themes. We start with technology, investment, AI, sustainability, community, and Web3. And I have also to say thank you, Jürgen. He's here. He was part of the jury of the competition. And I want to say thank you to the Senate and to you as jury that we've been awarded as innovation, as a media innovation. Thanks to that, and also thanks to the Fashion Council, who is supporting us all the time, already the 4th edition of Yoonaverse, what we are holding today. We have also different startups in this room. This is Behind Ventures, EcoX, Size, Klima and So, ID Factory, Renew, and did I forget somebody? Clem, yeah, Clem also, and for me it's very important, and that's why I had this idea of Yoonaverse, that we all come together, we build a community, not only we as fashion companies or we alone as fashion technology startups, that we all come together and talk and build a community all together forward to the future. So I would come to the next point. This is our Berlin Metaverse, where we are streaming right now, thanks to Immersive, who is our main partner, with Fax, who is here. And you can go in and you find different companies like Felder & Felder, they're sitting here, McCain, Telly, and so on. Please visit our Metaverse also. And I would say we go over to our next speeches and to the next theme, which is technology and innovation. And I would invite to stage Tim Devlin. I met him on stages already 2 years ago. He's one of the fashion technology specialists I know, innovator, working right now in Unity, and gives us now an overview over technology landscape. Let's go.
All right, thanks, Anna. You guys want to come on in, grab a seat? There's plenty of space if you'd like to. Give you the chance now, or else you can do it while I'm talking. That's cool, too. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome to Yoonaverse 4. Let's see if this thing works. Oh, hey, it does. All right, cool. So, good morning. My name is Tim Devlin. It should be. It is. Yep. That's me, and I'm a senior program manager at Unity Technologies. It means a whole lot of things, but don't worry about what it means. These are some words that I value and some things I value in the world as well. And I'm really happy to be here this morning to take on a pretty daunting task, to tell you about the technology landscape of fashion in 10 minutes. So with that, I didn't think I could go through the entire history of fashion. It would be fun. People have been innovating and using technology to innovate and change fashion for a long time. Even the fig leaves we tried to fit back in the day needed to fit. So we had to make pens and things. We had to figure it out. But today, I'll start with just telling you my journey of how technology's changed fashion for me. I don't come from Berlin, if you can't tell from my accent. I actually come from a long way away from here in a strange part of the world, this little dot. In a place called South Carolina, where people have accents like this, and we've perfected frying foods and celebrate vegetables like okra. It's a strange place, but it's a nice place with nice people. I grew up there, and along the way, about 10 years ago, I decided to move to another strange place called Portland. Other side of the country, they celebrate weird things like bicycles and the Unipiper. They also celebrate weird food, like donuts, and they celebrate football, which is something that's pretty important to me. It's the first place I found in America that actually has a real football following, like Europe. And they also celebrate, wow, gotta get this thing working. This, nature, which is one of the things that really drew me to the Northwest and drew me to Portland. I like nature, I like big geometry, I like trees. So I found myself in the Northwest, and I found myself passionate about it, and I decided 10 years ago I'll start on a journey into the apparel industry, into the outdoor industry. I started working with a company called Columbia Sportswear. You may know it. They make outdoor clothing. They have a few different brands, Mountain Hardwear, things like that. I was very fortunate when I was there. I started out as a buyer, so I was doing a lot of PLM work, a lot of data entry, a lot of different things, but I didn't like doing that, so I didn't stay in my seat. I wanted to know how products were made. I kept getting up. I kept meeting product developers, product engineers, and they invited me out to this thing called shoe school, or apparel school, where I actually got to go and travel around for a month in Asia, and I got to see and work in some of our factories firsthand and see the technologies that seem like they should be new, but they're not really all that new. They're pretty destructive, and it really impacted my life. If you've ever seen a tannery or smelt a tannery, even more important, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's pretty disgusting. So I came back, and I was pretty charged up from that. I came back to Portland, and at the time, I was already doing some work in the evenings around wearable technology. I was working with Intel, and I was trying some of the first second-gen VR that came out, so I was playing with the HTC Vive, and lo and behold, I happened to be sneaking around on the server at Columbia, and I found some 3D assets, and yeah, I decided I'd work with this technology called Unity, and I brought them into an immersive space and created some applications out of them. I would show you this one. It's a PDF. Unfortunately, the video doesn't play because we're in a hurry this morning. But this is a real story. That's a real outfit. We actually brought this garment into an immersive space. The weather changed, so it snowed and it rained, and you had to figure out what technology worked best with the weather. So this is my buddy Cliff, and he actually managed the employee store at Columbia Sportswear, and we talked to him about how he could use this, what would his employees do. He's like, yeah, you know, every time I talk to my employees, when we try to train them on the floor, they get distracted. They don't really want to make mistakes in front of me. They don't want to make mistakes in front of the customer. So he was super excited. I got super excited too, because that meant I was onto something, and the technology could change this industry, right? So I kept going further, and I found myself in another strange place with more strange food. Some of my favorite strange food, though. Come on, get there. Work with me. Yes, some of my other strange food. And I was enjoying it. Oh, come on. How do I do this? I stand on this thing or something? Can you? Thank you. Yeah, so I found myself in Berlin. I ended up working with Zalando for a bit. I was teaching them how to make 3D garments around this thing called digital product creation, right? And you've heard the word before. I think Jürgen mentioned it. What is digital product creation? This is my buddy Joe. We meet on Tuesdays. We usually drink beer. Joe, for a long time, has never known what I do. He always says, what is digital product creation? So I tried to explain it to him. If you could catch the next slide, Laura. When I started out about 10 years ago talking about digital product creation, it was really this conversation around using digital tools to make physical products. Those digital tools could be CAD systems like Browser and Clo, material digitization systems like Visu or X-Rite Pantone. They could be avatar systems, scanning systems, 3D and 4D scanning, all of the components that it takes to make a physical garment in the real world. They needed to actually move themselves into the digital world. That was the conversation that we were talking about with digital product creation, but it changed. It evolved, and I had to figure out how to speak to that to Joe, because he still didn't know what I did, right? Digital tools to make physical, digital products. But it wasn't just that. It was actually digital tools that started making physical products, right? We started using the technology and what we could understand from the technology to influence what we're going to do in the future. And then it changed. It became digital tools to make physical tools to make digital products. You actually have companies like Nike that are saying, hey, you know what? I don't even need to make the physical product right now. I'm just going to make a whole bunch of digital products and let you tell me when you play Fortnite what I should make and when you want to buy it. It changed a lot. And that's kind of the evolution of technology that I saw in the last few years. Can you move to the next slide? I got to speed up because the clicker doesn't work. So why now? Next slide. It's because it's a convergence of technology that's starting to take place. It's been taking place for a while, but you're seeing things become more prevalently now. The rise of AR, VR, extended reality, mixed reality, and now some terms that you'll hear more frequently, like generative AI and others. Keep going, I'm going to speed up. So, you know, it's not just about how the technology is changing the industry, the technology is changing the consumer. And that's kind of really the point that I wanted to make today. The consumer is evolving, and that's also a change that technology is having on fashion. If you could change to the next slide. people have been investing in this for years, so that convergence of technology wasn't just something that happened all of a sudden. People were doing this in VFX. People were creating applications for scanning, digitizing themselves. We've been figuring out how it works. And move to the next slide. And we started taking that data and bringing it together, connecting. And that's what Yoonaverse is about, connecting. So we could take new technologies to allow us to create and capture digital spaces, physical spaces, and bring them to the digital world. Next slide. And physical data and bring it into the real world. And then you combine that with technologies like blockchain. The next one. AI, simulation, things that have an implication of how you use that data in your physical world, and you end up with, oh yeah, the next one, spatial computing, right? This convergence. And this convergence looks a lot like some of the stuff you're going to see today with applications like virtual try-on, the metaverse, where you can actually bring yourself into an experience, envision and see other experiences, as well as others, all because we're moving from a space where we're going from a 2D known web to Web 3. And that's why I ended up at Unity, because I really like the fact that our technology allows people to kind of play and bring all those things into one seamless technology, and then create experiences that can connect you to your consumer or connect you to other people in a different way, all in one stop. Super easy. So with that, I was going to take you through a little retail journey, but how am I doing on time, Laura? I couldn't figure out the clicker, so I burned it on. I'm okay? It's just like, this was a little schematic I just mocked up real quick to show you what like a retail journey of the future could look. It looks like this room. Can you go to the next slide? I mean, a retail journey of the future, virtual stores, virtual spaces, like that could pretty much be right back there, a virtual store, a virtual try-on experience. So I hope you guys get a chance to check that out today. How many of you have actually tried a virtual store or virtual try-on or some application of this on your phone? Yeah? That's like 20% of the room, which is pretty good. So that's pretty cool. How many of you actually have avatars? In some form or fashion, everybody's got an avatar by now, right? So that's about also 25, 30%. Virtual assistants. So maybe the virtual stores of the future won't actually have people. Maybe they'll have avatars that are talking to you and helping you. Or maybe you won't even go to the store, and also new try-on experiences. Next slide, Laura. Live location-based notifications, so being able to go into a space that could be a retail opportunity, but you only know it because it comes live. Or AR wayfinding, or interactive multi-experiences. These are the things that we think about when we think about the technology and how it impacts the future at Unity. These are the things that I'm working with a lot of our clients on. And really, at the end of it, it all comes back to the user. It all comes back to you. So with that, I'm going to cut this short. I was going to talk more about you and the user journey and all that. I'm just going to go to the last slide that says, how is technology changing you? Because that's the question I want to leave you with today. How is technology changing your consumption journey with fashion? And I want you to think about that as you enjoy Yoonaverse today, and I want to welcome you here.
That's you.
Thank you, Tim. That was pretty amazing. And meanwhile, you have been talking. Fax and me have been visiting our Yoonaverse, the metaverse, and have been seeing you there also. So the theme was right. Now I want to welcome Thomas. He's an author and a manager. You have been an advisor. You are so many things. And today you are invited to our stage to talk about the North Star, right?
Yes. Thanks for your welcome. And I'm glad to see and to hear that so many stars in here. And try it as well. No chance as well. So Laura, please. Next slide. Let's see, an easy question for all of you. No, the next one, please. Laura? What are the 3 primary tasks of CEO or founding team needs to master both in the start and the scale-up phase? Scale-up means there's already a product fit or close to, and maybe 50 employees to 1,000. What do you think? What would you say? Yes? Just try. I thought. There was an idea on your face. Okay, next slide, please. The top 3 primary tasks are, of course, money. And of course, you are always busy with finding the right people, colleagues, etc. But the most important is something the most people forget on the way. That's the North Star, to give direction in the outer space. So next one, please. You know this. Lewis Carroll. And the point is, if you just want to go to somewhere, you will reach nothing. And you will spend a lot of money and time on it. What's about this? It's working? Okay. So why should you spend money and time on that? Because it drives growth and profitability, and that means that investments are attracted as well, and that an AAA team is attracted. If you have a purpose, if you have direction, if you have an idea where to go to. So, Laura, normally it's totally boring what you find as mission or vision, and it's even unclear what exactly is meant by vision or mission. And it's something corporate speech like this, a little bit boring, replaceable, and it's mostly buried in the About Us section on the website. You never know exactly what's the direction of the company is. So there are 6 dimensions, I would say, and I would say together with Martin Schilling, former COO of N26. I worked with him on implementing these dimensions in N26 as well. I wrote a book about that. The 6 dimensions we got is purpose above all. That's the most attracting thing you have to implement in your company. And you have to break down it into company values, very specific, very close to your colleagues, to yourself, to your personal fit. The most easiest thing is the business ambition. Most people know exactly what they want to get, but they don't want know it so exactly as investor would like to have. You need a North Star metric. This means the lever, the central KPI above all. And of course, mostly forgotten the value proposition, very easy. What do you promise to your customer with your product? And in the end, you have to bring it on the street via OKRs. A very good example is Airbnb, the North Star. They have all dimensions in place. Means the purpose, create a world where everyone can belong. We'll go in detail in the next slides. The company values, the business ambition. Laura? The North Star metric, number of guests per night. The value proposition will have a structure, some slides further, and the OKRs. This is the outer space, and some of you know the logo in the dark. Do you know the first sentences of the trailer? To explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no one has gone before. Do you know that? Do you recognize the sentences? Yeah, Star Wars, Star Trek. It's the old one from the first series. Yeah. And this is a very good example for a good purpose, and it's and of course you need it if you go into the outer space. Good purpose statements are these ones, for instance. Google organizes the world's information and make it universally accessible, or bring inspiration and innovation to every athlete in the world. If you have a body, you are an athlete, etc. What do you think? Why is this good? Have you got an idea, somebody of you? Yeah? Yeah? Yes? Yeah? 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 Yeah, that's interesting. Yes, as well. More ideas? Yeah. It's not about the product. Yeah, it's behind that. More ideas? Yeah. Yeah, that's the most important, I would say. It's not about profit. It's not about your business ambition, not about revenues, etc. Next one, please. This is normally, these are characteristics of a good purpose. It's focus on timeless societal good beyond your stakeholder. It means it's not only about what the customers expect, and not only what the society of, so let's say, Berlin expect. It's ideally the whole mankind. It's a very, very wide focus. It's beyond profit or growth, and it's never fully achievable. It's like utopia a little bit. You won't get it in 5 years, you won't get it in 10 years, maybe never, and most likely never. But it doesn't matter because it's the direction. That's the far, far vision, the horizon. Okay, next one, please. If you have the, sorry. If you have the purpose, you have to see what kind of values fit to this purpose. And normally it's boring as well, because all people say, yes, you have to be excellent, you have to be honest, and we need integrity, and we are open to each other, etc. And it's totally replaceable, and it inspires nobody. So you need more specific and more values which are very deep in the history of the company, so that everybody connects ideas and experiences with the single values. Maybe you can make an analysis like Barrett Value Center, talking about what's the current value set and what should we achieve, where's the delta, and how can we close the delta. But you should make it very specific and very, very individual. So the next slide, please. Like Twilio, for instance. You see every value is very individual. And for instance, wear the customer's shoes. This is just a picture, but everybody in Twilio knows exactly what's meant by this. Or draw the owl. There was a meeting in the first days of the company, and people said, what you demand, it's too much. I don't know how to do it. It's a very complicated project, and the answer was just draw the owl. Draw one cycle and another one, and then the rest, the owl. So it's very easy. And always, if people in the company say, I don't get it, we won't manage it, they get the answer, okay, draw the owl. It's just a value, and no shenanigans and so on. It's very individually formulated, and it's deep into in the history of Twilio. And you have to live it. Next, please, for our lived as values. Next one, please. The business ambition is very easy. Most of you will have a business ambition, but not so specific as is demanded by the investors. Good business ambitions are, again, good examples. Let's say FinTech Sandbox, reach 1 million daily active customers globally by 2030. That's very, very specific. It's 5 years ahead, or say 10 years, nothing more, but you say very, very specific in which industry you want to get what kind of target, and yeah, of course, of you, who's responsible, your teams. Next one, please. So zoom in on 1 to 2 measurable business outcomes. Means no processes, no activities. It's really outcome that matter most now, and for a timeline of 5 to 10 years. Okay, that's my question to you, and Kirk doesn't do anything he should do. Doesn't move. Okay, to the next one. The North Star metric. If you know what your business ambition is, you know you should have the lever with which you can get it. That means that's the highest KPI. If you say it's a business ambition, you know exactly what you want to get by revenues or customers or page views or whatever. It's the KPI above all. And then you can break down all other KPIs of all other teams from this central metric. It should be easily trackable and, of course, should be secure to track. You should have a source of truth so that everybody says, yeah, we can rely on this figure. And you have to think in outcomes, not only in actions again. That means for every company another North Star metric. For instance, Facebook, why is the central question, drives advertising revenue if you say daily active users. Or LinkedIn total sign-ups because it attracts paying recruiters. And then you can say from this central KPI breaking down to the other ones. Okay, next, please. The company value proposition, it's a formula it can give you. You have to be very crystal clear, and it's easy in the end, in terms of target group, of key unmet need, uniquely well covered by you, and the features or services you are providing. And it's very easy to make that. Shopify, for example, we help whom, that's the target group, with what, which key unmet need do we meet to sell online easier and more now by that's a feature or service enabling them to create the platform to sell to anyone, etc., etc. These are just the features. So if you get it, it's the beginning of the marketing. Evernote, for instance, uses this formula for making advertisements. Evernote helps you capture ideas and find them fast. That's the exact key unmet need. And then by what? Working anywhere, capture what matters, your notes, your way, etc. And these are the features. So that's the start. And just as an inspiration, if you know Maslow, the pyramid, this is the Maslow on the next level, made by Bain & Company, where you can see from the basis the functional elements like quality or reduction of risks, etc., up to the self-transcendence, where the social impact elements are. And maybe your product covers needs from all of these levels, but in the end you should know exactly what you want to deliver. And in the end you have to bring it to this on the street, that's the OKRs. Laura? And build on objectives. Quarterly base is the best one, maybe as well on yearly base, but additionally I would say, and then with key results, we can say by this, the less the better, you can reach this objective in this quarter. So they should be very ambitious. They should not set top down alone, but bottom up as well. And the first formulation should be done by that one who has to deliver. So you say, and the purpose is above all, and business ambition as well, and the values, etc. And then you say, okay, what's your contribution to our target, and how do we get this, and how can we get this in the next quarter? What can we do there? And then should be a bottom-up process and dialogue. again, not only activities, measurable outputs, not enough to say I will publish 5 press releases, but we should get this kind of reach, and we should spoken in that or that medium, etc. Less key results better, and you should, of course, track it afterwards. And so could be your table in the end where you say these are the objectives and these are the key results for every of it, and maybe there are 4 teams in place to get it. Okay, any questions about this? Yeah?
I really like the idea about the purpose-driven philosophy of companies. And if I get it right, like all these optimization approaches on business efforts, as long as a company mainly is following the rules of capitalism, all of this is just about to gain revenue, to gain growth, to increase it, to make profit. So what about all the idea about the purpose? I think it's kind of unneeded then, like, because I don't think that a company like Meta is really increasing life quality of people by generating growth in economy, you know? I think there's different companies that that kind of make another purpose and value than growth in economy. So, yeah, how do you think, like, I don't know, can all these things help companies also to get out of this economic trap, you know?
I think you have to combine that, because normally the customers today and also the possible employees are very interested in getting a purpose and to be on the side of the good ones. They want to be the good ones as with the whole time of their days, and the good ones with buying products. So we didn't talk about the customers. The customers are very interested in companies at the moment who are on the better side of the world, who are making the world a better place. And so in the end, it's also profit. And if you don't have a purpose in place, you won't have customers and you won't have employees as well. Think about Philip Morris or whatever kinds of companies. They are so down on the ground and nobody wants to have any contact to them. Nobody admits that he is smoking or buying cigarettes or buying oil, whatever. Or people want to have as an accessoire as well good products. So it's always a business question as well. We can discuss it later. Okay. All right. These were just first impressions of the beginning of the book I made with Martin Schilling together, COO, the Builder's Guide to the Tech Galaxy. And this is the book we would have had, would like to have when we built up and scaled up N26, and we made it together with a whole team of researchers and with interviews of more than 100 experts from scale experienced experts from Zalando and from N26, of course, and from Airbnb, etc., from the big companies of the tech companies of this world. Okay, thank you.
I don't need it. So thank you, Thomas. And when we talk about North Star, so we directly have to talk about venture capital. And I would like to welcome on stage Toots from Henker Ventures.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. How is everyone doing? Good. Just to get a sense of the room, who's entrepreneurs? Raise your hand. Okay, cool. Who are enthusiasts or just love fashion? Raise your hands as well. Excellent. I'm glad that the entrepreneurs have raised their hands again. So a little bit more old school. I come from the finance sector, so I have a speech, no slides. But it's a pleasure for me to be here today at the Yoonaverse conference. So a little bit about me. My name is Jules Landrieu, and I work for Schenker Ventures, the corporate venture capital arm of DB Schenker, where I have the privilege of investing in the logistics and supply chain market. A market where innovation and forward thinking are also essential for success. You may be asking yourself, why is this Frenchman investing in logistic and supply chain solutions here today to talk to you in Berlin about the future of venture capital in the fashion industry? Well, first and foremost, I come from Paris, the capital of fashion. So I could not come here today and miss out on the new fashion trends. But most importantly, because I am an enthusiast of the new technologies that have disrupted both of our sectors, and I would like to share essentially my thoughts around fashion, logistics, and supply chain. At some of the biggest sectors in the world, fashion and the supply chain and logistics industries are two sides of the same coin. This was made obvious when we talk about sustainability, where entrepreneurs have shaped, yet again, the world. When met with rising customer concerns on the way their clothes are made, coupled with a demand for a more visible and sustainable supply chain, startups operating in the fashion sector have led the way in developing new technological solutions to assess the environmental impacts of a given brand. Now, by using a QR code or an NFC tag, end customers have access to unprecedented level of information on the origin of their products, the way they have been manufactured, and on the way they have been delivered. This started a domino effect for a more sustainable world. How? The end customer having more knowledge on their products and are buying from more sustainable brands. And consequently, retailers are now ordering from such brands. In turn, these brands have to choose the right suppliers and manufacturers that meet the customer's expectations. Ultimately, entrepreneurs, by making the fashion supply chain more transparent, have enabled customers in making more sustainable choices, thereby making the world a better place. Venture capitalists in this sector have funded such entrepreneurs, those that they believe can change the world. Now, a question to you. Would you like your clothing to be delivered at home by diesel truck or cargo bike? Well, I think I know the answer. This is why we at Schenker Ventures have invested in Liefergood, a startup responsible for orchestrating emission-free last-mile delivery and with the use of e-vans and e-loaded bikes. We also have a role to play in the lives of the clothes you are wearing. Logistics is present everywhere. It links all product supply chain stakeholders and so has a responsibility in contributing positively to the whole life cycle story of the product you are receiving. This is why we firmly believe in investing in founders that are challenging traditional practices and are key to shaping both of our industries. By investing in cutting-edge technologies and fostering a culture of innovation, I believe we can collectively revolutionize the way fashion products are created, distributed, and delivered. But fashion tech goes above and beyond logistics and supply chain. I am also here as a venture capitalist with a passion for fashion and tech, looking at the industry's use of technologies such as, but not exclusive to, generative AI, blockchain, and the metaverse. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, generative AI and the craze around it. Did you know that generative AI in the fashion market is expected to generate an investor's return on investment that is 3 times bigger than the market standard? Yeah, from now to 2032, that is an impressive level of growth and acts as a strong signal to investors, notably VCs, that this market is ripe for investment. For fashion tech entrepreneurs operating AI in this space, expect someone like me knocking on your door and asking for an introductory meeting. Venture capitalists tend to do cold outreaches to learn from your product and consider whether making an investment in your solution. Why? because currently venture capitalists look at investing in founders with new technology-driven solutions that promise to fix existing problems. And so most interestingly, these solutions will most likely be industry-specific, like fashion. So venture capitalists pay close attention to solutions that have the potential of disrupting an industry by fixing it. This logic will be applied with generative AI across the value chain. The only question will be, how quickly? My 2 cents, quite quickly. In a period of recession, I believe generative AI will support small to medium-sized businesses to brave the storm by allowing them to optimize their business models, increase revenue, and decrease costs. I will not preach too much on the topic of generative AI now, as this will be discussed in length later today. But note, imagine the power of a know-it-all AI assistant tailored to your business operations that generates the most efficient advice. Now, imagine that all business owners have the same technology. This explains the craze behind that 100 million venture funding of a 4-week-old startup that has yet to develop its first product. It does leave room for imagination. To you fashion tech founders, a few words. While we are facing a market downturn, I am a Berliner and an optimist. Germany is still investing. Berlin has constantly remained Europe's 3rd most venture-backed city. 1 billion was spent in Berlin in Q1 2023, right behind Paris, right behind London. A novelty this year, Munich has joined the ranks of Europe's 5th largest hub in terms of funding, right behind Tel Aviv, 300 million spent. This is confirming that Germany is a leader in the venture capital investment scene. Okay, what to make of all these trends and numbers? The message here is that venture capitalists have not stopped investing. Venture capital funds have just reprioritized their investments based on new and considered to be the most disruptive technologies out there. Now, it is up to you, entrepreneurs, to create new, innovative way to disrupt the fashion industry. To everyone in this room, I encourage you to dream big, think outside the box, and challenge the status quo. The fashion industry remains ripe for disruption, and your innovative ideas are catalysts for change. Seek out strategic partnerships, leverage the experience and resources of established players, like we have said, and together we can shape the future of the fashion industry. Multitasking, sorry. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to the Yoonaverse conference organizers for bringing together such a diverse and inspiring group of individuals. It is through events like this that we can foster collaboration, share knowledge, and build a stronger and more vibrant fashion tech community. Thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to engaging in conversation with you that will shape the future of our industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're coming to a panel discussion, and I would like to invite Victoria to the stage. Where is she? She is lead of Western Europe for EIT, and I invite Simon on stage, brand officer at Project A, and Philip from Ionos, who's the lead for the startup section. And yeah, so let's sit down and maybe mix it. No. Woman, men, oh, egal. We separate female and male. Yeah. Okay. I would like that you explain everybody who you are and what you are doing. Maybe you start, Philip, directly.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm representing Ionos, which is one of the biggest web hosting and cloud providers in Europe. We are, with digitalization and innovative companies, one of those that actually influence the hardware and the technology beneath it. I'm representing the startup program, which my boss launched 2 years ago, and I took over 2 months later. So anything the company is doing globally towards startups is influenced and going through me. And yeah, we just want to try and help startups to grow and establish themselves in the market.
Simon.
Okay, so my name is Simon. I'm working for Project A. Project A is an operational venture capital firm based here in Berlin. So what does operational mean? So on one side, we are a typical venture capital firm, meaning that we are investing in promising, mostly early stage startups. So we currently do have $1 billion under management as far as the investment side is concerned. And operational does mean that we do not only invest in these promising startups, no, we also support them on their way to growth. So we do currently have about 140, we call them experts, representing all areas you might need when you have to scale a company. So tech and data, product design, brand, marketing, sales, VenDev, HR, TA, and so on. And I'm working in the operational part. And until last week, I was Chief Brand Officer leading Project A's brand and communication team. And we supported our venture companies, our portfolio companies, as the name suggests, in everything branding. So brand strategy, positioning, design, identity, communication, and so on. And since last week, I've got a new role. I'm now Chief Strategy Officer, and I'm building and leading a team of interdisciplinary strategists. And the goal is, it's called Strategy Squad. And it's, if you know the Spotify model of how to design an agile organization, you might know this squad is interdisciplinary. And the goal is to bringing together our competencies in tech, business, and creative thinking in order to grow the ventures, the products, and the brands.
Thank you, Victoria.
Yeah, I'm Victoria Hoffman. I work for EIT Digital. EIT is the European Institute of Innovation and Technology with a mission to foster entrepreneurship across Europe. We invest in startups and scale-ups. We help with the network. Our network consists of corporate startup scale-ups, research institutes, universities, and governmental organizations. And the EIT is divided into so-called KICs. A KIC is a knowledge and innovation community. We have 10 KICs at EIT. For example, EIT Food, EIT Health, EIT Inner Energy, EIT Climate KIC, and so on. And I work for EIT Digital. We focus on digital deep tech. Our focus areas consist of AI, machine learning, quantum computing, optical computing, photonics, cybersecurity, and quantum computing. And we invest in pre-seed and seed stage companies up to 400,000 euros. We help with fundraising up to 30 million euros with our largest pan-European investor network. And every KIC operates independently and different. So if you came across one KIC, it doesn't mean that the other ones have the same initiatives and programs. So I encourage you to find out more about EIT Digital on our website.
Yeah, cool. I really loved your post on LinkedIn. I commented also, where you have been explaining why you should invest in fashion technology. But before comes the question, why to invest in deep tech? And then maybe you explain also the fashion technology opportunity. Yeah, we need to invest in deep tech because we are facing global challenges from sustainability. We have a massive healthcare issue. All the big problems in the world can only be solved by technology because we as a society, we probably won't limit ourselves. We won't change our lifestyles that much. So we need to find solutions that basically transfer everything back, and only technology can do that. From investor perspective, there are several reasons to invest in deep tech. First of all, of course, the potential for high growth. So deep tech is disrupting whole industries, creating new markets, and have unique value propositions that mean that they have high moats. So it's very hard, basically, to copy them. You have very strong intellectual property.
and you have very few experts in that field. So, of course, you have the risk. I mean, you need to develop it for a longer time, for several years. But that's another topic. That's why it's actually not 100% a venture capital case. It's a governmental issue because you need, VCs work for hypergrowth environments. They want to exit after 7 to 10 years, which is not possible for deep tech. I mean, very often you need to develop the technology for more than 5 or 10 or 20 years, like quantum computing, for example. So it's a governmental issue, but you have the possibilities of high returns. And also investors are not looking only for financial high returns. They want to have an impact on the society very often. So this is their intrinsic motivation, hopefully. This is what you can actually do with deep tech, solve the most pressing challenges of the world. That's
fashion technology.
Fashion technology is a huge market, so there's a lot of possibility, a lot of potential to work on sustainability topics as well. So that's why deep tech and fashion technology is very important, and I know that Yoonaverse AI is also working on that.
Yeah, I see also all the deep tech founders nodding all the time. Simon, to you the question, what are the most emerging trends you see right now? Is it only generative AI or is there something else?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. As we all know, no one knows. Of course, there are all these, let's say, new technologies, generative AI, you already mentioned it. There's still the whole Web3 blockchain thing around. What I think, but this is my very personal opinion, what I think is we are, let's say, at the beginning of an age of hardware again. So I think whereas the last 2 decades were not only in venture capital in general, very much dominated by software development. So we all know this famous quote from Andreessen Horowitz that software eats the world, or will eat the world. And I think the last 10 years also showed us that, of course, software makes a huge difference, but software can't solve solely all the problems we are facing. So often you need hardware as well. And therefore, I think if we think of, let's say, 3D printing, if we think of autonomous driving, drones, all this kind of things, I think we are entering an age of hardware, so physical products. And I would also put all the biotechnology. So if we think of the new vaccines that were invented, if we think of new ways of producing meat out from, let's say, artificial cells. So I think the future won't be that much dominated by software as the past was, and we will go a little bit back to physical, tangible products.
Okay, cool. So Sensit, where are you? You're a physical product. You have one physical product also, hardware product outside. And Philip, we talk a lot about vision and how you work with startups with Ionos. What is your vision and what do you want to build with Ionos? What is your goal?
Yeah, from a corporate perspective, there's a few perspectives that we can take with startups, especially in deep tech and other industries that go into cybersecurity and so on. Of course, this is really interesting for integration into our portfolio and reselling this to our customers further. Looking into other segments, startups give us a really good input on industry that we don't have yet. So with fashion startups, they give us a really good sense of what the fashion industry is looking at and how we as a company need to evolve our products and services and structures to serve fashion companies, established fashion companies as well. So there's a lot of different angles where a startup program can actually help a corporate to get more insights and get advantages in the market. Yeah, from our point of view, we're still in the building process. The startup is 2 years old. The startup program is 2 years old. It's still a startup within itself. We have a lot that we're piloting and searching for startups that are actually wanting to pilot things with us and give us feedback on what they actually need and for us to create actual value and not only sell our cloud solution and that's it. Yeah, but we actually want to help you guys get onto the next stage. So any feedback, any wishes you have, please direct them at me, and we will, look what we can do with that.
And how startups how we apply to be part of Yoonaverse?
There is a simple landing page where you can just or send me a LinkedIn, and then we can get you guys in the process. It's quite easy, low barrier to join, and then we just individually look out for what the startup actually needs, how we can help them with connecting them to investors, connecting them to our international businesses, to other corporates, or just other networks that actually have a better idea of their industry. For example, for digital health products, we're no experts in how to get this through the government, but we actually have partners that we can direct to and that can help the startup with these questions, where we focus on, okay, we can help with your IT, and how to set up your backend so it actually scales.
Okay, cool. So everybody should talk to you afterwards. Easy application, I liked it very much. And then coming to the European funding, I always think that's a huge application. How does that work with the EIT?
So the European Union wants to foster collaboration with different regions, different organizations from different EU member states, because we have one huge disadvantage compared to the US or to China as big markets. We are very fragmented. We have different cultures, different different people, different borders, different regulations. So it's very hard actually to enter new markets. And we are very limited in our own smaller regions, and the EU wants to create one big European ecosystem. So we are not acting like a VC. It's probably less attractive for founders, but we have one advantage. We connect the industry with the startups. So when a startup wants to get our funding, we have 2 calls a year. They can apply with another organization from another EU member state. So they create a consortium with a tech provider, for instance, or a corporate that functions as a pilot customer, or a university that helps them to do research and to develop the product further. So you create one consortium, and the consortium members, so the corporations or the universities, they like to work with the startups because they also get access to the funding from EIT. And then the money is there for commercialization. So we need to have first traction already. We invest in pre-seed and seed stage companies, and probably when people from EIT will hear this, I'm not allowed to say we're an investor because we are a non-profit organization under Belgian law. And investment is always for profit, but we provide actually funding. So you apply together with the consortium member, you write a proposal, we help through the process. Before that, we filter out. So you basically need to fit into some criteria. So you can't be older than 5 years, for example. You need to have some sort of technology that fits into our criteria. It's very broad. It doesn't have to be always quantum computing or cybersecurity or whatever. It can also be, you know, AI, for instance. I hope you will also apply for a funding program. The deadline is in November. And then you also define some milestones that you have to reach. The startups define it themselves. And when you receive the milestones, over the 4 payments, you receive the money. And we also help to connect with industry, to receive more clients, to connect with further investors. So once we invested, we also connect or help with further fundraising rounds, and help, of course, with get access to governmental organizations, which is especially important for topics like, for example, space tech.
You offer also workshops, right? How to apply?
We offer workshops how to apply, so we don't leave you alone. If we see that there's a high or a big fit, basically, so we do the pre-screening, of course, and then we have 2-3 workshops basically to navigate through the system. We also help you with the narrative, so it has to be, of course, a EU relevance there. So we actually help you in the Western region. So in my team, we are based in Berlin. Our team is also in London and Paris, and we have 21 offices in Europe. But our West region team, which is responsible for DACH, France, UK, and Benelux, will definitely help you throughout the system. And when you apply for the cutoff 2, which deadline is in November, then we advise to actually start in September. It doesn't mean you have to write a proposal for 2 months. I would say, from my past experience, it takes about 2 working days to write the proposals. And if you time it throughout 2 months, you have actually enough time to work on the important things, to work on the product actually, and not focusing on the proposal. So start early, and then you have enough time, yeah.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, we're going to try that out.
Let's see.
Let's see. I have one question to you, Simon. We spoke about it. Do you think that all investment that leads automatically to economic growth, or is this wrong?
Yeah, so if we look at the title, there are basically two, at the title of the panel, there are basically 2 questions. So if tech investment leads necessarily to economic growth, and the other one is if economic growth really leads to a better or prosperous future.
Yeah.
So there are 2 different things. And I'm an economist by training, and as an economist, I would say yes, tech investments in most cases, not to say always, lead to economic growth. Because you have to distinguish between different kind of investments, but in general we would say tech investments lead to tech advancements lead to what is called in the economics efficiency gains, and efficiency gains lead to economic growth, and ideally wealth. Okay, so I think, at least for me, this part of the chain is safe. The other part of the chain is if economic growth really, let's say, makes the future brighter or better, this I'm not so sure, because this depends especially on 2 aspects. So first of all, and if we think of the industrial revolutions as the steam engine, the combusting engine, there a big part of the economic growth, as we know it today, was at the cost of our planet. It was, the combusting engine does pollute the environment. So this is not really what most of us would understand under prosperous future. And then the other question, and this is a very, very important question, and we are currently, there's a big discourse on that also in Germany, that if, I think economic growth and wealth is only a goal if each and every part of the society can participate. So, and maybe sometimes with the digitization, one might have the impression that economic growth just makes the gap between the poor and the rich bigger. So the rich becoming even richer and the poor remain poor. And so this is at the end of the day an economic politics issue, but economic growth per se does not lead to a better future. We have to make sure that the economic growth is distributed as equally as possible to the society and not realized at cost of other externalities such as the environment.
Yeah, thank you. What do you think? I get the sign from Laura. So what do you think about that investment, economic growth, and sustainability and better future, all in the context?
Yeah, I look at it from a European perspective. So we signed the Paris Agreement, where we want to be a carbon neutral economy by 2050. So when we make investments, or investors should really look at this European market. And that's why I think that you can actually link sustainability with economic growth, because there is a huge demand now. And even if the corporates or the market, basically the people, even won't focus anymore on sustainability topics in like 10, 20 years, because there's always cycles of trends, then the governments will do, because they actually promised or they signed an agreement to be carbon or climate neutral until 2050. So I think the next technology, or the technology that will lead to economic prosperity will be everything that brings down or helps to reach the goal. For example, so advanced photovoltaics, AI as well, big data, distributed energy storage systems, hydropower, wind power, like solutions for wind power, and even blockchain that could also be in the energy sector that would help to reach the goal. So yeah, I think these both can be connected because the governments need to do so.
Philip, do you have also, what do you think about this question? You are the last one now, giving it to you, and then you have to finish our panel.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add to the things that Simon said. I'm personally from a blue-collar family and actually being the first academic in generations in my family. That's why this equality in economic growth and yeah, really spoke to me. So I can just sign that basically.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, 2 minutes for question. Does anybody have? Yeah, Omar. Yeah. Good question.
I'm neither a philosopher nor a technical engineer, so it's really hard. I think it can be both. And I think I just hope that the people that are in charge of AI, that they all work hard, that it will really, let's say, make our lives better and take away from us, let's say, a little bit silly, repetitive jobs so that each and everyone can, let's say, do more creative things or maybe even work a little bit less, what is nice as well from time to time, and that they do not abuse it. But as no one, does anyone else know if it will be a disaster or if it will be paradise? I don't think we know. It can be both. I didn't read it, sorry. I didn't read it.
But you are the perfect combination, Omar, in between software and hardware. Yeah, but you talk later. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, talking about maybe I philosophize too much. There is one instance of progress and technological innovation that comes in my mind that has been stopped. That's the Concorde, the plane. I think the most important aspect of this is essentially, as long as it is the benefits of the general interest, then innovation and economic growth can prosper, but you can't leave anyone behind.
So, some more questions? If not, thank you. Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Philip. And thanks, Victoria. I hope you stay around a little bit and everybody can talk to you. And I would now like to invite Timo, Bob, and Fax on stage. Oh, ich gehe jetzt mal außen hin. Wir warten noch auf Fax. Wo ist der hin? Ach, hier ist er. Yeah, this is, however you want. Just, yeah. So we are talking now enhancing retail. This is why we are also here. We see all the brands at premium, and we're talking about embracing technology to enhance retail. And I'll welcome Bob from Sensit and Timo from H&M Beyond and Fax from immersive.
Hi.
I would like that you start to present yourself. Oh,
okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Fax Quintus. I'm a designer, and I'm a curious designer. I went pretty soon in 1996 already into VR and started to do these research projects with the Fraunhofer Institute. But in parallel, I had a design agency, E27, and there we did a lot of brand design, also brand design for some fashion companies. And in 2014, I founded my startup together with Night and Nightonoff, immersive, and we're specialized to be creative with technologies. So we combine new technologies into creative new things, and we are working globally for companies to develop such use cases. And sometimes such use cases, they become something like a product, like those virtual fashion try-ons we have over there, which were developed first for Strunest. They asked us for a digital future, and then used by Nokia as a use case for 5G.
Timo.
Thank you.
So hand over to you.
Thank you. Timo, keep going.
Hi, a pleasure to be here again with you. So thanks for the invitation.
Always a pleasure.
Hi, my name is Timo. I'm from Berlin. I have an organizational and leadership development background, but I rather consider myself as being an expert in anything. But I do believe in some things, and I believe in the obsolescence of expertism, but the beauty of creativity. And I have the honor to work in a super small innovation team. We belong to H&M Group. What's unique for our team is that nobody asked us to exist. So we are we are one of the unique teams that are linked to a local market. So it's a kind of like bottom-up initiative, and we focus on we do a lot of like exploration. So we do open innovation. But I think our core is to build test designs and pilots together with startups, which provide an interesting technology, and to create real customer insights based on product experience and service level. So,
thank you, Bob.
So my background, I'm from the Netherlands, so I'm Dutch, and I studied fashion design before I bounced around in Europe because I'm also a very dedicated athlete. I played American football, so fashion design and football don't really mix, and I would like to, add that feeling that you can do anything if you put your mind to it. Bouncing around Europe, I also figured that I like to build up strategies, new market, and innovation. So that's how I came to Sensit. Because Sensit gave me the opportunity to combine my creativity, the desire to be innovative, and also, have a fair share of haptic feedback, because I'm missing that on my, past career as a football player. Serious haptic feedback is something that we miss going beyond the real world. We go more and more into the digital world, and that's what Sensit does. We bring the sense of touch into virtual reality because it's clearly missing. It's one of the most important senses that we have, and it's missing there. So this is what I think is needed, and that's why I joined Sensit, because we kind of like make sure that there's a seamless integration from the real world into the digital world and vice versa. So I think that's kind of cool innovation. That's what we do.
Maybe, I mean, I don't know if everybody understood what Sensit is, only Kilian does. So it was called before Feelbelt.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Maybe you start from the beginning, what is Sensit doing?
Yeah, well, Sensit was like formerly known as Feelbelt, and Feelbelt was the idea of our audio engineer, Jens, who was retired and had a great idea. He was like, okay, so how about you would be able to sense music or sense audio? And we know the saying, your gut feeling is not for a reason. It's like there because you have like a nerve center there that when you have vibrations on your belly, like around your belly button, it does something to your brain, and it sets free dopamine, oxytocin, and some other hormones, and it brings you in the happy place. So this is kind of like the idea was born of the Feelbelt, and from the product Feelbelt, we noticed that, okay, our product is pretty interesting, going more digital and more virtual, that we made the pivot and turned into Sensit, because we said like, okay, we could do the following. We could use our software and implement it in any other product. And so any other company that thinks haptic feedback is needed for my product, we could use our software and put it into their product. So that's how we came from Feelbelt to Sensit.
Okay, cool. So I'm just thinking we have like a digital dress, you wear it in a real dress, you have this technology inside, we work with immersive, who's building their metaverse, and then we feel the music, what we have in the metaverse, also in our dress.
Yeah, or like back in the day, she had the frou-frou dress, right? Made that sound
Yeah,
while walking
also,
way back.
Yeah.
And this is something that is missing in the virtual reality world. When you walk, your clothes are doing nothing, right? Because one, we're not really walking yet, so now, and we're all, like fashion is all about emotions and the experience of wearing clothes. You know, you want to touch it. Me as a designer, I go in the store, my parents always told me, you look with your eyes, don't look with your hands. It's not really true, because I like to touch stuff, because it gives me the sense, and it's a different experience, it's more emotional. So I think that is like, if you're in the metaverse and you're shopping for a dress, I think you want to feel it also.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. I could have more questions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We could have Felder on stage. We can bring everybody together here. Fax, what do you think? Why we should bring a digital fashion week or a metaverse? What we did now, Yoonaverse. What is the benefit and the impact of such a project?
Sure, the impact is huge.
Of course.
No, clearly it is. I think the fashion industry has a huge problem. We have huge returns. We have huge amounts of waste. Also, we have the climate change. So I think there are two aspects about digital fashion and, let's say, digital consume. The first is to avoid waste and use of materials nowadays. And this could be easily done, first of all, by a better fitting, by a sizing, but also by turning maybe fashion to a really digital fashion. Because I think already nowadays, quite a large portion of the fashion which is sold and bought, it's just bought for one day, for one event. So why not use it in the metaverse digitally? The other thing is really, I think in future, it will be harder and harder for coming generations to consume such much, and everything will become harder to get. So it will be now a good turn already to turn all this into the metaverse. And to marketize this by NFTs is pretty simple. There's also some examples outside how to carry your clothes, your digital clothes from one point to the other. And also, I think, turning back now to nowadays, it's when we see the retail, it can change quite a lot.
Yes.
Okay, Timo, what do you think about the whole value chain of digital fashion and the future?
I think it's super interesting to explore, actually. We work in headlines, actually, and the virtualization of life is definitely one big headline, and I think digital fashion is maybe and probably one fragment in it, but I guess it's not thought to the end yet.
And the impact, what do you think? Do you have some numbers? I was thinking all the time of numbers.
I mean, we did some testings on pilots on virtual experience. So we found an interesting partner. They are like Berlin-based. Cheers to Jeanne here. And with them, they are excellent in creating photorealistic worlds and hosting metaverse experiences. Let's call it metaverse here now, whatever. And we start with them with a B2B case, like in virtual showroom. This was during the time of COVID and lockdown, etc. So there was like a concrete problem statement. So we were not able to sustain our relationships with important stakeholders, such as like media, influence, and stuff. So we wanted to explore like virtual experience. So we did a kind of like virtual showroom, but obviously it's super interesting for B2C rather than B2B. And then we let Gen Z in. So, and this was really interesting because this was the first time we had like real-time customer insights and feedback. And let's frame it like that. Gen Z is quite open to see what's in it and what brands such as H&M, but the whole fashion industry has in store for it. So I think there's both opportunity and risk.
What do you think the future of fashion looks like? All digital, 100%?
I can't answer, but I have questions on the utility end. So what's the utility?
Yeah. What do you think, Bob, the future of sensoric or fashion?
It will be a really good combination because the two worlds will just blend into each other. So I think that not everybody wants to be in an airtight cat suit all the time to have like their sensors close enough to the skin. So I can imagine that this will be beyond. Technology is developing so quickly. So there's vibers that can already function as actuators. That means that you can have jackets that look fashion, and you can be in, let's say you go to an event and then your clothing is adaptive, so it can adapt to the environment where you are at. And at the same time, you can use the same clothes in the digital world. So I think that is interesting. And what I also think is interesting is I have 2 kids, and they're not Gen Z, so they're even younger than this, but the willingness of my boys to spend a lot of money on skins in the digital world means that fashion will be digital at some point. I thought it won't work, but I adjusted, and did some rethinking, because it is, in the digital world, you are a personification of what you want to be, right? So this is the opportunity for you to be somebody that you want to be, but in the secondly, you're also still human, so it has to be some sort of like combination of the two, and I think that is a really interesting market. So, right now, the technology is developing in such a high pace that it's not years like back in the day. It's like a matter of months, and then we have like a more digital world around us. So it's going very, very fast.
Yeah, as I'm getting again this line from Laura, what is your perfect future for fashion? You're also a designer, Fax. What do you think?
Well, my perfect vision of fashion.
Yeah. How will it be?
Well, honestly, it's always with designers. They love to wear something practical a little bit. But indeed, it's something which is not really wanting something from me. So digital fashion is quite practical, because if a digital garment gets a spot, you can easily get it out. And also, I think, like you said, it's like a Jaus now. It's used to spend quite a lot of money on skins. I could imagine to really play around with fashion a little bit more, like in a real life, where you don't have to care about weather, about warmth. Everything is much more, freely.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I also think it's interesting to lean into like a wearable tech and stuff like that. I mean, maybe backcasting from a vision or from a future. Maybe consumers don't want to own any products in the future because they have it already. Yeah. Maybe they want to own design, and design can be more efficiently democratized with a digital layer in whatever ways.
Quite often when you see something, you say, oh, my cupboard is already awful full, so I have to get rid of some things before I buy something new. Digital, you can have those shelves like in Matrix, a kilometer long, no problem.
I also think that it can push the fashion industry in general, because when I was a fashion designer, you come up with new ideas. Sales goes like, nah, maybe not, we need to wait, our customers aren't ready for this yet. And in the digital world, you see that the avatars, how people style their own avatars, they're way more experimental, so they try way more things. And this is like, if you start doing this, you are more opening up to more creativity, more color, more experimental design. So I think it also helps the fashion as we know it today, that you can do more instead of just being focused on the limited things you can do as a label, not to lose your customers, because you want to do the same thing you have been selling for like years and have like an evergreen that's still bringing money. So I think it will change the way we look at fashion in general. It will be more open to other people. Yeah. Yeah,
cool. What I also really like, I just recognize you have been a designer, you and me too, and we are all entering into technology and changing something. So that means also something, right? So something is wrong. We have the need to change it. I have a last question. It just came to my mind. We are talking about future and embracing technology. If we would go to Alexanderplatz, would have like a huge wall. when you have one sentence, what would you write? Who would like to start?
One sentence.
To the brands, maybe. What would you tell the brands?
Of question.
I know. I love this. Comes from Matze Hilscher, from Hotel Matze. I don't know if you know that. I love this podcast, and he's asking always this question, and I think it fits totally. Yeah, embracing technology, enhance retail. So what would you tell the retail?
Oh, the retail?
Yeah, whatever. Or the techno.
Yeah, the
world.
retail is easy. Dare to adjust.
Yeah.
Okay. That's super easy.
Maybe I have one. I think we are at that stage of consumerism now, that we are becoming more and more like experience seeker. So maybe my sentence would be, what is experience? It's all about creativity. So maybe this would be the message. Creativity is for everyone.
Cool. And you, Fax?
Well, I would do something like go digital, buy less. No, it's to really then to transform your consumer into the virtual world, where it's more lightweight, where you can take it everywhere in your pocket, and yeah, be more creative because you're not bound to whether to your needs, carrying your bag and everything.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for answering this last question, which I didn't send you.
Surprise.
Thank you, Fax, Timo, and Bob. And we are coming now. We are leaving the technology part and coming to AI. And I think I would like to invite Omar to stage.
What do I do? Yeah.
I think I have prepared some slides, all right? Okay, first of all, I have to say that I know nothing about fashion. I come from the world of science and engineering. And actually, I met Anna in a train between New York and Boston. She was in front of me, so we had to talk. Yes. So then I think we are in touch, and thank you for inviting me. And what I want to say, actually, she gave me a hard task. She told me you need to talk about AI and what you guys are doing with AI. And for a fashion audience, I really have to admit I didn't know what to do. So I put some thought together, and hopefully what we will achieve today over the next 15 minutes is if you don't understand the basics, you will know them. And if you know how it's used in other domain, you will gain some insights. And yeah, the slides did not look like this, so I think there's some formatting issue. But you can stay in the first one. Yeah. So as I mentioned, I'm an applied mathematician by training. And almost like 12 years ago, I was in a lab in the US doing my research. And there is a girlfriend of my neighbor came to me and asked me, you old school boys building deterministic models, why do you need still physics? There is a concept called neural networks, and you got to learn about it because that's a game changer. And the first thing I thought is she was joking, or this is some kind of neuroscience concept. And we looked at it, and to be honest with you, it was for an applied mathematician, it was a game changing because this was full statistics, and my brain could not really capture that concept. And I have to say that since then, it's changed the way I look at things, and I've been working on that for more than 10 years now. And one of the main observations that I can tell you is this technology exists for many, many years. And it is just now that is appearing and being used at scale. So perhaps the first question I want to answer and share with you is why now? And this is very important to understand. Okay, so this is a neuron, as we know it, and this is a neural network. And this is really inspired by human biology. So typically, neuroscientists have always been inspiration for mathematicians, but they're not the same. They function totally different. However, the inspiration is there. Now, there is one thing that differs from the structure of a neuron compared to a neural network that we use in math. And is the next one, next slide, is the algorithm. We will not get to the details, but please remember this name. It's the single most important syntax you need to know about AI. It's backpropagation. And that's what differs a machine from a human. The way the machine is learning is using this crazy algorithm that is called backpropagation and gives it an unbelievable capability of building predictive models. So I invite you to do research if you're interested, but this is a keyword, backpropagation. And actually what neuroscientists have affirmed and confirmed is humans, we cannot do backpropagation. And this is why there is a belief and a fear that these algorithms are going to exceed us if they did not already exceed us. And I believe they did already exceed us. So how does backpropagation work? Well, I try to predict a phenomena. All AI is about prediction. And then if I have a delta, a difference between me and my target, I send it back in my network and I relearn until I get it done. In the neurons, we don't send electrical signals back. It's only one way. And in this algorithm, they go back and forth until they calibrate, which is quite impressive. The second is the amount of data. I think it's unbelievable the amount of data we have generated over the years. You can stay in the next one. So this tells you the number of parameters in GPT-3. I actually hear that in GPT-4, it's 220 billion parameters per model multiplied by 8. So we're talking about trillions of parameters, and this is a way for you to imagine the amount of data behind. This is massive. This is wild. I give you an example. There are 400 billion words that have been used to train GPT. On a human rate of 150 words per minute, we will need 4,000 years to learn what GPT as a technology have learned. I think I let it sink in. This is very important. Next. And the last one, obviously, the hardware one, the most unbelievable one. 10 years ago, no one would have believed that the Moore's law will change. So this is basically the blue one is the world as we knew it, the old computers, based on CPUs, the base compute that we use in every device you have. We are in the future. Now we are producing GPUs. What are GPUs doing? They're breaking the laws of physics as we know them and bringing the compute to a next level. And this is just the beginning. I just learned that NVIDIA have released H100, their latest generation of chips. And yeah, God, I wish I could have one of them. They cost 200,000 euros per device. And the wait time, apparently you need to be registered in the Department of State to get one of them. So these are three elements that makes this is happening now. So this is old knowledge, old science, but it's happening now. Because number one, the amount of data we have generated, created is massive. Number two, the GPUs are here, you can buy them. And number three, someone in Canada have invented the backpropagation on a neural network. So these are the foundations. Now, so when you look at all this, you can say that we in Europe, we're done, we're cooked. Because we don't have access to GPUs, we don't have access to data, we only have access to backpropagation. But what we have learned and have seen, all this ChatGPT and you name them, are all a class of machine learning called LLMs, language model, large language model, natural language processing. But there is a lot of other data that no one has access to, including yourself. And this is an example of how much data companies, large structures, BMW, you name it, LVMH, have in-house, which creates a massive opportunity for these companies now to go and build on the top of these LLMs their machine learning models. Welcome to the future. This is what's happening. Every company is investing billions to build this machine learning algorithm on the top of these LLMs. What does that mean? It means that if you work in BMW, I will stay with BMW. I have no insight, by the way. I just like BMWs. You can take all the knowledge accumulated for many years, and you can say, well, I'm going to put it on the top of this GPT, and I will fire half of people because I don't need middle management, because now I can just go and talk to the algorithm, and it will solve the problems for me. And this is what we see. A lot of data will be accumulated everywhere on-premise, including in our device, and we will be very, very careful with data, including us as people, because we know now the value of data, truly. So given that, what have we done? Now I'll come back to my business and what I'm doing. So we, with a team of mathematicians and physicists, actually, we build AIs that disrupt the way we do engineering. The way we design components, not fashion, but mechanical components, the way we manufacture them, and the way we engineer them. And I will show you some examples, and hopefully this will be, give you some food for thought. Next one. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the future. These are mechanical devices engineered by AI. So what you see on the left is a multi-material heat exchanger that could reduce the CO2 emissions massively. Why is this possible today? Because it's designed by AI. In the middle, you see the Spike engine. Designed in the 70s, no one could produce it because no one could engineer such a complex thing. Today, it's possible with AI, and it's even possible to print it. This is real device. This is not imagination. Those are 3D printed. And the last one is a high-performance manifold that be used in a plane, and it's 70% lighter, which means lower emissions. We all knew as engineers, as experts in deterministic models, how to do these, but we didn't have access to compute, and we didn't have access to data. And today we do. Next slide. This is a less exciting one, but very impactful. This is an AI that is used to design packaging. All the packaging used today, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, you name it, all the brands, they produce billions and billions of package. 1 million plastic bottle is consumed or utilized per minute worldwide. This is massive. And be sure that most of this packaging, if not all of them, are over-engineered. What is over-engineered? 30% more material than was needed. So these companies are looking urgently on a way to be circular, and the first pillar of circularity is to reduce the amount of material without losing the performance. Today, these companies are using this kind of software to design new packaging that are lightweight. Here, what you see, a bottle that is produced at 1.3 billion per year have been lightweighted by 12% without losing performance, and look at the impact. So AI is not a dream, it's in action, even in packaging industry, which I never thought it will be. Next one. Since we are in Germany, everyone likes, what's the name? Marmelade. And this is one of the most famous. And this company have used this AI actually to lightweight this glass. So next time when you go to supermarket, AI is already there. This package have been lightweighted with this AI. The work done by Digimind, one of my companies. AI in manufacturing. Next. Okay, look at that. The holy grail of manufacturing is not to produce in China anymore. We want to do it here in Germany, in Paris, in New York. So we need 3D printers, right? The problem is, and someone was talking about the limits of hardware, well, I tend to disagree. I think software is what you want to date, hardware is what you want to marry. I agree on that. But before you get to a nice 3D printers, you need absolutely to have a software to drive this complex process. Look at the failure. So this is a titanium part. It takes 7 days of printing, thousands and thousands of euros of materials and time, and then it fails. Next slide, please. So we have developed an AI. Next. Oh, okay, so I'm watching there. It's delayed. So we have developed an AI actually that is obsoleting the software of these machines. So these machines are very geometric based, very boring, and now there's an AI connected to the cloud. It analyzes all the parts, and it tells you where it's going to be problematic, and it corrects it, and it sends it to the machine and print it correctly. This is really amazing, guys, because what we are talking about is about enabling productivity to go to a next level without much effort. Less engineers, just more compute, and more scale. This is a second example, another one. In engineering, I think this is my favorite. Wow, look at that. This is an Audi group simulation. We work with Audi Group. And before they launch any car, they do some crash testing. So what you don't know is, probably you know, is this crash testing are the most complex digital operations they do. It takes days and days of computing, a lot of engineers, a lot of iterations, and every simulation requires 24 days roughly on an HPC-type cluster. This is a lot of money. So they came to us and they said, we have this millions and millions of data points. Can you build us a machine learning to do this? This is millisecond. The same result in millisecond. Now think about it. This is why Tesla is competing hard with these guys, because they invest in digital technologies. And now we're trying to catch up. How can we build models that are faster, more accurate, etc., etc. Another one, I thought, since I'm in a fashion and design environment, maybe I bring something related to design. This is how we envisage the future. This is a, I think you need to click on play. So this is a design environment. And the idea is how can we implement immediate feedback and engineering while the designer is designing. In the past, the designer had to design and then send it to some engineers and then come back and forth, days and days and discussion. And now he's designing, and the AI is providing him, while he's designing, with real-time physics behavior of this car. How much drag, how much friction, etc., etc. So, I hope I have demonstrated to you through these few examples how this is already real, how AI is helping us engineers make better product, faster product, more competitive product, and how actually deep learning with backpropagation is such a game changer. And I want to finish maybe with some takeaways from what I see and I hear. Is maybe, this is my personal opinion, this is not transformative, this is disruptive. And someone asked me, what would you advise your kids to do and study? So can they do whatever they want, but they should not be on the way of AI. If you are studying radiology today, maybe not the best studies I would recommend. So make sure you're not on the way of this technology. And I think that although we are behind in Europe, Germany, with LLMs, I think there is a huge opportunity for us to be the domain expert. I envisage that all the automotive groups and whatever companies have a lot of data to be really competitive, and I think they should invest, and they do invest there. And yeah, the last, maybe a bit strange takeaway from me, is I think that internet is going to change. Internet today is like a server and a node. We're all nodes of a server. I think given how important our data, internet will become more like we are also a server, because each of us will understand the importance of their data and how we will interact in internet. So I think the concept of internet is changing. Therefore, I only see massive opportunity for fashion also, if I do par extrapolation. And yeah, I hope this gives you some insight. Thank you.
Perfect.
I will moderate. Oh my God.
So so we Marita's now coming to stage from Zeiss, and Christine, and Annette. Welcome on stage.
And you.
And me.
And
yeah.
you, very important. Finally, someone to ask her hard questions.
Yeah, that's good.
Please take a seat.
Oh, yeah, the mic. Ah, there's one mic behind, I think.
So Marita is here.
Yes.
Anna is here.
Anna's here.
Anna is here. Annette.
Hi.
And Christine. Well, well, thank you for accepting to join this panel. And I think that AI, as I mentioned, is, as you could see, it's not only happening in engineering, in fashion, is everywhere. And I think the audience today wants to learn more about this. But first, I think if you take a few seconds to tell everyone in this order who you are, it would be great.
Okay. Hi, I'm Annette Felder. I'm co-founder together with my twin sister Daniela Felder of Felder. We are a fashion brand that graduated from Central St. Martin's in London, and we're part of London Fashion Week on schedule, did the shows. And about 10 years ago, when we really became aware of the environmental impact of the fashion industry, changed into eco-fashion on a bespoke model, steering away from the conventional industry and working to reduce overconsumption, so only actually make what is wanted.
Thank you. Christine?
I can go. I don't know that this is on. I don't think so. Can you hear me? Yeah. That was loud. Sorry. Hi, so my name is Christine. I come from Dublin, Ireland. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Clem, where we're basically building B2C, initially digitized end-to-end wardrobe management. So I think the best way I can explain Clem is it's basically like Siri or Alexa, but for your wardrobe. As we know, the fashion industry is changing a lot. There's like a lot of technologies that everyone here is working on. And my sort of like obsession has always been about how does that translate into actual people's lives in day to day. And so CLEM is essentially kind of like connecting how people actually use clothing and what their actual questions day to day are, and essentially being able to do that in a really personalized environment and stuff. So 3 to 5 years from now, the vision is that anytime someone is like, hey, like, what do I wear? Where do I rent this? Where do I, repair this? All of that, they essentially just ask their CLEM. So,
Thank you.
Cool. So I'm Marita, I'm CEO and co-founder of Size, and you can think of it as Size with AI. So naturally what we do is provide a holistic sizing and fit technology to fashion brands, and I think, yeah, the issue is quite known, but we are the ones that first time look at where the issue actually starts, and it's with the product. So have a very different approach to, essentially optimize sizing and fit for both the fashion brands, and then recommend the right sizes to the customers, also with the ultimate goal, to really reduce overproduction and only produce what's needed, and then have the garment find the right counterpart, shopper at the end of the day. That's what we do.
Anna.
So I'm Anna, CEO and co-founder of AI and also Yoonaverse. I was a designer myself, and I felt like a drawing machine, and I started to learn coding to change the whole process, back-end process. AI is offering design software developed by data scientists and designers together, so we can cut down the whole design process, analyzing fashion data, analyzing performance data, and coming out in seconds with bestseller products, colors, and prints, and so on, all what you need for design process. And I'm really happy to have you all here on stage, because I think we are like you are also very happy. But I was just thinking, you're the whole value chain. You're the sizing, then you're coming with the product creation, then you're the enabler to dress well, and then it's the fashion company who uses all of that.
Yeah. So I was actually going to
Did you also? Okay. I'm so happy that you're
that someone have done a very good design covering the value chain, and actually people here are very curious, given that you have a good spread over the value chain. If you can take 10 seconds and tell people, what do you use AI for already, or what are your plans? This would be awesome.
Right now, we are an analog company. We are in the experimenting phase to integrate technology, and through a collaboration with AI, to not only iterate the physical design. We work with biomaterials that are made, like the piece that is shown under the hologram from sargassum seaweed, how to iterate that into the digital world and see different possibilities for that specific design, which takes a lot of time and long process to produce at higher speed, as well as in the physical world to improve production possibilities, for example, by AI creating a waste-free pattern, or looking at what customers actually want.
So basically accelerating all what you're doing, leveraging technology and AI. Awesome. And you, Marita?
So for us, it's essentially 3 pillars. One is product AI, one is shopper AI, and then there's the AI pattern studio, right? So for us, it's really all about measurements and being able to generate the right measurements of the product, the shopper, and then also predict how to best utilize it in the future for a fashion brand to say, hey, these are my customers, this is the size we need to create our products in.
So a sort of API later on?
Yeah, so right now it's already existing. Here's also actually our CTO over here.
Okay,
so
I'm
looking
I
at
sense
on the
the
tech
API
side.
in the room. Awesome, very smart.
But yeah, so the vision at one point is to really just provide the tech and then be able to give that to the brands.
Fantastic, very smart. And you, Christine?
Well, Clem is an assistant. So we, of course, use AI to be able to understand just natural language when someone puts in a request for Clem to be able to understand exactly what they mean, and then to obviously be able to, like you said, like it goes both ways, to be able in the future to predict what they're looking for before the person is even quite sure what exactly it is they want.
What's your direct competition? I'm curious.
Our direct competition is actually quite interesting at the moment. So there is, because we are a digital wardrobe, and then we've sort of got like the wardrobe assistant angle, which is like the AI. So there are a lot of digital wardrobes out there, but we are basically trying to, like, I don't know, elevate that experience, which is only being able to be done now because, sorry, digital wardrobes have millions of people who download them, but the experience has never really been able to get there. And I think AI has actually been quite like the answer to that.
Understood. So that's your unique selling point to differentiate. And you, Anna, some insights.
So I think our sweet spot is analyzing data, getting also internet data and trends to bring this also into the product and the product creation process with colors, the product themselves, and prints, for example. And then you can modify the product all around product creation. But I would really like, and we do also research on that, to click there and like have the real perfect 3D garment that would be perfect for us. And this is, I think, the future is going to.
So what was the last one saying?
2D to 3D.
2D to 3D?
Yeah, just in one click. And but perfect. Right now we see like still like some fractions and it's not perfect, but like perfect and perfect to use.
Yeah. I can tell you that this is a universal problem.
I know.
And everyone has it. It's not only in fashion, it's in everywhere.
I know.
So this is really great. So how do you, maybe coming to you because apparently you use all of their services.
Not yet.
Hopefully. So how do you see, from your viewpoint, leveraging all these technologies, all these APIs, all these virtual worlds, how do you see this becoming a competitive advantage for you going forward?
For ourselves, I think because we are coming from bespoke, which is such a niche market, there is all of a sudden the possibility to create on demand at a larger scale, but also at larger accessibility, because obviously producing bespoke is quite cost intensive, not only for the customer, but also for us. And I think it offers the possibility for brands to really focus on a circularity strategy, where it's not just focused on the design and the creativity, but also on the end of life cycle. So whether that's through resale or repurpose, or if that's not possible, recycle. And that all in a transparent way, which I think is super exciting.
Unbelievable. I hear also opportunity there, like similar case like mass customization using 3D printing.
Yeah.
Can you make a note about 3D printing? I'm just curious.
I'm sorry?
About 3D printing. Do you see this as a technology? No.
We don't use 3D printing, but it's very interesting because I was at the Future Fabric Expo, and one of which showcases the latest innovations in biomaterials and sustainable materials. And one of the experts was asked what the future of textile or fashion should look like, and he said that you put something into the washing machine, but instead of washing it, because a lot of biomaterials are not really washable, you actually put it into you dissolve the material and put it through a 3D printer and reprinting a new design. So.
There's New Balance. They're releasing some new shoes that will be fully circular. Amazing. Christine, if I understand, you're in the B2C, all right?
Yes.
So when we talk about data, AI, all this, like, customer is nervous. What's your understanding of what's going on now?
Okay, so it's been very actually interesting for us. So we actually just launched our first product publicly just last week.
Congrats.
And we managed to...
There you go.
We managed to be on the top of iOS charts in Ireland and UK, and we were like number 10 in the US at one point. So the appetite was definitely there, and it was a paid app as well. And what I've had the Clem idea from way back when I used to be a wardrobe assistant myself. So like physically going to people's wardrobes. I've worked with big fashion companies like Zalando and the likes. And so I always wanted to solve this problem. And we launched around the time when AI is such a big thing now and people are scared and all that kind of stuff. And what we've sort of done and how we do it is like we make sure people know like this is an AI that you're communicating with, exactly what we're doing with your data. And then we try to not use AI like too much. When we speak to VCs, of course, they want to know what technologies we're using. But when it comes to the customer only cares about how is this solving my problem? Like, how quickly can I get to my answer? And that's what we try to keep focusing on.
Interesting. I actually hear and see a lot of founders who really come with domain expertise. In the past, it was like, I need to be a nerd, a machine learning nerd. Now you need to be an operator who knows what he's doing. So I really like that. Actually, I have a question for you, Marita.
Yeah.
And my question is like, you're in the fashion industry. And I don't think the fashion industry is used to API business models and things like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but how do you see tech companies like yours come into a domain where there are traditional business models? How do you see yourself adapting there?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and it's one we discuss a lot as well, right? Because traditionally, fashion, right, being quite an analog industry, also being so close to the, very physical product, and I think that's actually one of the biggest opportunities that we view, right? Because also with, the trends of having digital-first retail and all those trends that are emerging, right? And really to see what does it mean to be a future-proof fashion company. And I think one simple answer almost is, it lies in the data, and a lot of data in companies already available, but also digitizing a lot of it, and then being able to make that switch from, the status quo to something where we're going to go in the future. And I think for us, it's something that we are accompanying almost that process to, whether that's on starting to educate a little bit more on what's possible, what's even possible, which directions could you go in, which is a very, I would say, interesting endeavor, and something that, you see a very big spread between organizations, that one, is slowly starting, but then the others are already quite there on the spectrum. So it's very interesting times at the moment, and definitely something that we can accompany with. And
if I hear you correctly, what you're telling me is there's massive opportunity for small companies to come to the game and disrupt.
Yeah.
Is this what you're saying?
That's
okay, there you go. That's the spirit. That's the spirit.
We changed the game.
Yeah, well, you tell us now. What's new?
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell. I'm actually really curious because I know you're always full of ideas and you're the most energetic person. Can you share with us what's new in Yoona and at Yoona AI and what you... Is something exciting you can pre-share with people?
Yeah, we also shared, just launched our new update. You can have a look outside. What else? We have this wonderful conference with wonderful people. Yeah, and I think this is great that we bring technology into fashion industry because we have to change. I say always, do you want to be Quelle or Otto? So they can decide either they die or they win, right? And also we have the possibility now that smaller companies can be bigger. What you said right now, we can change the system. Companies which digitize faster can be the winner, and bigger companies who are which are slower, they will maybe lose. So I think it's a good opportunity for all the companies and for all our whole industry to change.
I heard someone today tweeting the new the sexiest development language is English. So I think everyone now can go and disrupt wherever they want. But on that note, I thank you. I think we reached the time, right? Yeah. And I think we should give them an applause. This is really great, impressive. And invite you please to connect with them because there is a demo here and they're here. So thank you.
Thanks, Omar. So we welcome now, also very energetic and most inspiring person. Where is he? Oh, here you are. Oh, I didn't see you. Come on stage, please. I talked to Laura and she said, I met this wonderful person, he has to speak, and now he's here. Mark, and you're talking about building a brand for the next generation. Welcome.
So I just need a mic, right? Can I take this one, this one?
Yeah, this one, exactly.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, sound? Yeah, okay, good. Hey, as you heard, my name is Mark, and I was spontaneously invited to that conference, and it's quite interesting. I seem to be a perfect misfit. First of all, I'm not a fashion designer, I'm a passion designer. Secondly, I came up with a title, Building the Brand for the Next Generation, and it's actually called, should have called, building a brand with the next generation. Can you click? Because I actually founded a company together with my son. You can see also find my son outside. And you might wonder why actually a vodka company is presenting on a fashion conference, but we come to that. The third mistake I did, if you click to the next, this panel is all about artificial intelligence, but we have nothing to say about artificial intelligence, so I just rephrased it. I took the liberty and made it into artistic intelligence. So I want to share with you how we use technology as a new brand, and earlier on we heard that lots of entrepreneurs in the room, lots of people who want to disrupt businesses, and this is definitely something we can share. So because we are entrepreneurs, we want to disrupt the business, we have a digital product, and we are a cool brand, a lifestyle brand. And this is how it all started. So one day, roughly two and a half years ago, my son came home from a party, and he brought that 1.75-liter bottle of Belvedere. And he said, look, that was yesterday's trophy. But why is it that my generation is drinking the same vodka as you did like 30 years ago? I think that's a fair question. Who in the room has like kids? Yeah, so a couple of like 50%. So you can imagine if they grow up and they say, this is kind of old school, right? Isn't it not an opportunity to do something different? And I said, what do you like to do different? He said, like, it's just boring. They come with fireworks, they just have, it's always the staging, it's always the same. It hasn't changed since years. So we said, okay, how can we do that differently? And I told him a story, and if you click next, about when we celebrated when we were young, and for the Germans in the room, I see in some faces, they know that, it's the Kümmerling bottle. And the Kümmerling bottle has a design, and here comes, about the design aspect of it, which has a conic shape. And if you have a conic shape, and you add just bottles, you can build a circle. And this sounds pretty simple, but there's two very important elements to it. On the one hand, it's about gamification. On the second hand, it's a collector's item, right? And you keep loyalty because people continue to buy the brand because it has a collector's element built to it. And he said, that's pretty cool. He didn't know the brand at all. So he said, why don't we apply that to something totally new in the spirits business? And so, if you click, we came up with a concept. Now you need to click again. And I said we are a digital brand, even we do not use AI. But if you click to the video, yeah. Here now you see basically, in a nutshell, the design of our concept. So whilst actually Kümmerling was meant to be collected in order to build a circle, he came up with the idea to build a bottle which can be used to build a pyramid. So that means actually even for a table or for a whole club, you have like a collector's element that people stay with the brand and just build up piles, of vodka, which is kind of a happening, an experience you can build in a club environment. And the whole thing was obviously difficult to do because we needed to start with the design and we need to test if it works, and this has all been done digitally. So basically this was a digital first development process. But then we obviously continued. And we said, okay, now we have the product, so it needed a year actually as a startup actually to build that product in the pandemic and also to build the supply chain. So we finally had the product and we were going to the bars and restaurant and we're explaining the concept. And if I ask you, that I stack, or if I explain to you that I stack a bottle, then people usually think you just stack them like Lego, right? One on top of the other. But ours is done in a slightly different way. So what you can see in that, you can't see it in the video actually, it's an augmented reality, but you can scan the augmented reality in the upper corner. So we've built an augmented reality, and with that augmented reality, you can put that real or that virtual product in a real space and explore how it would look like on an event, on a bar, or in a club. And that actually immersed the people totally different in that brand world. Next click. And so we founded the company we announced to found the company on the 14th of the 5th, which is obviously for brand, but it's called 145, the most logical date in the year. We announced that we're going to do it. So 1 year later, actually, we launched it online. Basically, we were selling like on Amazon, on Shopify. And but a year later, which was like 2023, we had our first pop-up in the KaDeWe. As we claim to be a luxury brand, So we obviously started on the top of this business. And now we're actually trickling it down to different businesses and bars, like on the same level, to make the brand popular. So you have the privilege here today so that we give you free serve outside that you can explore the brand yourself. But so far, so good. This is basically the classical way. This is how all brands do that. And I said, we're not only a cool brand, we're also like a digital brand. We want to now show you what we do next, actually, in order to conquer a total different area. You click. And obviously, it was quite logical when you talk about the next generation, which was the original title of my presentation. You need to adjust and you need to adapt their behaviors. And we realized, having like a partner in the business which is from that generation, that more and more of their life is taking part in Web3, in the web in general, but particularly in Web3. So that they say, how can I read, write, and actually own in the digital space? And for that reason, we started a process, kicking off with so-called, like, it's an NFT, but it's a POAP, it's a proof of attendance protocol. If you're familiar with that, you can collect one later if you like. So that we offer for different events, just to show that people have attended and have seen us on those events, you know, that if, again, another collector's item, a digital collector's item, so that we have a digital footprint all over the way. Interestingly, when we're talking to Laura, there's also Alice, who's here with Echo X today, and Alice has also like a digital token, and they integrated us as well in that program. So that means actually, if you want to claim a vodka cocktail later in the early afternoon maybe, you can actually do that with getting the token from Alice and then redeem it at our stand. But we continue to go further. So next click. So the next logical idea for us was we want to go to the metaverse. But now, time is developing much faster than we anticipated. Actually, when we were talking to Laura last week, we said, my God, that would be a great presence as we have a digital product anyway. Why don't we put it in the Yoonaverse? So since yesterday, basically, we're officially live. You can see that on the screen over there. Also here as a screenshot. In front of the Brandenburger Tor, first presence of 145 Vodka in the digital space. So actually, you can explore and immerse yourself in the brand in a total different way. If you go next click. And for those of you, I heard it's an international crowd, so but for those of you who are German, that means because of alcohol tax, we're only allowed to sell in Germany, and who speak the German language, have the opportunity to join basically a community poll. Because when we said, if we enter Web3, it's a co-creation process. It's about collaboration and true connection to the new customers. For that reason, we invite everyone who wants to take part on that journey to give us input how we develop that brand in Web3. So basically, if you want to join that, it's just 10 questions in a questionnaire. We consider your valuable input in order to build our presence for the digital future of 145 Vodka. And if you go next click. And as I said, I'm not a fashion designer, but I'm a fashion designer. I'm an entrepreneur, and we have a digital product. I at least wanted to share 5 takeaways with you. And with 5 takeaways, I'm not talking about the bottles. It's more about the learnings we made on our way. So definitely the first one is what you usually do if you're somehow experienced in marketing, that you do a good marketing or market research. What we figured out, and that was pretty painful for us in the beginning, we saw lots of opportunities because we knew what the competitors are doing, but we really didn't understand the market. So particular, when you want to be disruptive and go in a total new field, be aware what's existing, what's not, because this gives you the competitive edge to succeed in market. The second is, and this is quite a benefit for us, because most brands in our market are very traditional, so we basically disrupt them by creating new experiences with new technologies. So we open literally to everything, starting with AR. We obviously use also AI for different purposes, but not as a main focus. But always keep awake and see what you can do. Third is build a strong online presence. And whilst we do social media for sure, like everyone here in the room, I believe, and also like e-commerce, we're now entering Web3 because it's still a young territory and you can actually shape its future. And I think that's the big advantage of being like an early adopter in that field. Thirdly, test and iterate and fail forward. The earlier you fail, the better and the faster you can learn. And for that reason, we are not shy in experimenting and doing things. And also, are very keen on involving users in their journey, because I think with their potential, with their knowledge, we can be much, much better and more differentiating than any other brand. And finally, foster community and authenticity to create a loyal customer base. And again, if you have a good product, doesn't matter if it's fashion or it's a service or product or any service as a software, doesn't matter, you will keep your customers. But if you involve them in the process, you make them part of your brand. And I think this is, again, a distinctive edge you can use for your business as well. Doesn't matter which industry you're in. And with that, I want to close because we just had a 10-minute stint. And if you click next, we now, as we're coming closer to the afternoon session, there are free drinks outside. And again, if you have the EchoX token, you can also claim one of our free cocktails. So happy to see you. Thank you very much.
Also, QR code to scan to get the token. I'm happy to meet you now outside to try the
happy to do so.
We have now some networking sessions with the theme tech.
enjoying it now.
Everybody's eating. I'm hungry too. Did you eat? So welcome back everyone. I also want to tell you again that we have our metaverse going, and everything will be seen in the metaverse. Fax is showing everyone what we do there. And now we're coming to our sustainability part. Next to me, Martina. I met her in Milan. I'm doing our accelerator, and now she will present with ID Factory the panel Fashion Transferability Revolution.
Yes, thank you everyone for being here. Can you hear me well? I think so. Great. I think we can have a seat. I think
we can just sit down.
Even because everyone had lunch, so I think just to chill out, have a chat about digital product passport and what the fashion traceability revolution is about. I think today the concept of digital product passport is a buzzword. Everyone is speaking about digitizing items. How can we actually, through a digital product label, give the information to the customers about where the product we buy come from, how actually what is the impact of the product, and how potentially can we empower circular fashion and take-back programs through, again, the information we share through this digital labeling. And so I thought, who better than actually Teresa Teller, who is the Industry Engagement Manager for Apparel and General Merchandise, very long name, from GS1, can speak together with me from the D Factory, who is a traceability solution working on digital product passport, about actually what the new standards are going to bring us when we speak about digital labels, and how these standards can align with the new solutions that are coming up in the industry for giving this digital product passport to life. So welcome, Teresa, and thank you for joining me in this chit-chat.
Thank you so much.
Tell me a little bit more about what you're doing, what's your job, what's your role at GS1?
Yes.
To everyone.
Yes. So, yes, my name is Teresa, and I'm the Industry Engagement Manager. And I work for GS1, and you maybe heard of us, maybe not, but you all know us because we are a standardization organization on a global level, and we are a supermarket or at a fashion store. You hear a beep, and then you have to pay, and we are responsible for that because we provide and allocate a number below the barcode that triggers the cash registry. So we have standards for different products and for locations. So the product, when you buy at a supermarket, is a G10. That means a global trade item number, so it's an identification number for a product, and it's used all over the globe in every supermarket, every fashion retailer, everything. So we have a existing, like for 50 years now, an existing set of standards that can be the location numbers or the product identifiers, and that's already set. And in the fashion industry, I'm responsible for the fashion industry at GS1 Germany. And we have a very high level of G10s in the market, so about like 98% of all brands and retailers use our numbering systems. So we have an existing and a working standard. And my job is to bring together the fashion industry in Germany. So we are, as I said, a neutral platform, and we have the industry and the brands come together and discuss their needs and maybe the future of standardization, and yes, that's our main goal. And going forward into a digital world, interoperability is the key to everything because we cannot have different systems who cannot talk to each other, and that's why we're here, and that's our community-driven goal.
I think we can say that when I speak to people and they ask me, what's your job, what are you doing? And I think, I work for creating digital product passport. They're like, what the hell are you doing? What's that? What does it mean? The concept of digital product passport is something linked to, I think, innovation. It's very seen as something that is linked to the metaverse, to a new way of consuming goods that is no more physical but is digital. I think that's not the reality because you have always, as GS1, been working on digital product passports. You have always been working on digitizing items for giving a unique digital identity to each item because each code, as you were telling me, is unique. And it directly links to the country, to the company information, and potentially you're working to also link to the product tomorrow the information about the suppliers that made up the product. So we already are in a world where the digital product passport is a reality. I think what is changing is the way we want to use it. So what's the way you as GS1 are using, let's say, this digital product passport today? And then I will ask you, how do you think this way will change tomorrow?
Okay, that's a big question. I think
let's start from the first one. So then we're going to go to
so like a digital product passport can be a concept and it can be a legislation. Yeah. So I think that's the two different parts of it. Like a digital product passport can just be a digital twin. Like how to get the information you have on a label or something and add a like physical item to digitalize, to have the information ready when you scan something about the QR code as you're using as well, to just have the information ready and to have it ready on every step of the supply chain. And I think that's our biggest, it's hard to get the data availability and the data traceability. So we want to bring it together at a QR code and or maybe a QR code, a 2D code, and that's kind of what we're already doing. So we have the barcode with the number, with the GTIN, it's only one identifier. Now with a 2D code, maybe a QR code, maybe anything, we can put in all the information together.
I mean, you already answered both questions, so I think you did a great. Now, my question is, but what today is the most common use of the GS1 barcode standard? Is it linked to marketing, communication, logistics, operations? What would you say is most common use?
It's most commonly used at the cash registry, just to pay to get the information. Yeah, to just get the information about how much does this item cost and how can you buy it, how can you get it. But like I said, the barcode is just a 1D solution. There's just the price and maybe the size of the product. You said marketing, that's exactly it. You want to have more information available.
Linked to this digital identity of the product.
Yes, exactly. You want to have more than just like a beep at a supermarket. You want to have, or just like, you want to have, where is my item produced? Where is it coming from? How can I use it afterwards? Like consumer interaction after buying, like connecting your identity with your product maybe. And then we need a digital twin. We need a digital way to utilize that. And we can provide that with a 2D code, and we can store all this information in one, and not just the price information.
And your main work as GS1 is to create the data carrier tool and standardize the way in which these information are put on the product.
Yes, so one is identify the numbers, the numbering system, and then you can utilize it in a data carrier. Yeah.
While on the other side, you do not work to collect information. So actually the information that are inserted through this code is not collected for you as a standard.
We provide a standard, and yes, we need solution providers to collect and to map the supply chain.
And I wanted to stress on that because I think what is one of the major concerns that I can say I'm facing as a Data Factory, we are a supply chain traceability solution. So we work with big corporates as the PVH Group, Wortmann Group, with Hugo Boss, Geox, and many other brands to support them on collecting this data from their suppliers, because today's brands have always been concerned and their direct suppliers, but they are not really aware about what is happening beyond their direct suppliers. So actually, who's supplying to whom, in which country, when we go to the third, fourth tier supplier, where we want to get potentially to the raw material producers, to the farmer, and that's a tricky point, because if you want to communicate in a way that is easy, that is digital on the product, you need someone to collect this information. And that's why we were born in 2015, and I followed the de facto project from the sustainability side to actually collect this information and to train the suppliers to understand how to do that. Because I think that when we speak about digitalization, there is a big problem, which is, again, how can you really make a product digital if the people that make up the product don't use technology? If we're having the brands that have a very effective tool, ERP and management system, while on the other side we have suppliers in Far East Asia that don't even have a good internet connection. We want a data carrier that can collect and communicate and have more information inside, but where do we take this information from, and how are this information reliable? Because again, that's another topic. If we create a standard that is effective when it comes to interoperability, but on the other side is missing the right information to communicate, then we're having a problem. And so I think that's why when we actually decided to have this panel and discussion together, I think we had a great synergy, because if I'm on training the suppliers, vertical on fashion and footwear, on how to collect this information and get in contact with third-party verification bodies for verifying the information they're collecting are useful and are right. So meaning engaging also NGOs like Textile Exchange, Bureau Veritas, Tuves, Jazz, whoever is working in the fashion industry, from chemical compliance to sustainability compliance, to verify that effectively the claims that are made on the product are, again, correct or not correct. And I think that's a big topic also for you at European level, with the Green Claims Directive just came across, with the AGEC legislation in France that is making mandatory to communicate this information in the product and digitize this information for each product in order that also the customers can easily access this information. So how are you exploring this industry change? What's your perception on that?
This is exactly everything you said is true for us as well. Like data availability and data accuracy is one of the biggest challenges regarding a supply chain is traceable and that's transparent. And yes, we need someone like you or any other solution provider to collect the data, because we're gonna need it for the digital product passport. We can provide the standards, so like we can provide a location. In an ideal world, every cotton field has its own location number. We know that's absolutely a future vision, but this would be the best case. You have a numbering system, or you have an identification from every field, from every factory that provides data to a cloud or to a database or something. So we know there's going to be a challenge, and we know the companies need to get ready, and yeah, that's one of the biggest challenges we all see. So what was the question again? For the
I mean, the question is now, how are you feeling also this change in the industry? Yes. Because you are speaking in Germany with the major, not only fashion brands, but in your focus, fashion brands. Yes. And do you think they are ready to this industry shift? Do they have the data, or do they still have to figure out which approach to take to collect information and how to communicate them on the product?
Yes, one of the main fields of my work is now talking to brands and to retailers, because we always have like a 50-50 approach. Like we talk to brands and retailers, how they utilize the stuff, and we talk to them and ask them about this. This is one of because it's very different, and everyone is kind of excited and kind of hoping for a better future and hoping to make it work. And they know it's coming, but the topic of data availability and the accurate data and a solution to provide this data along the supply chain is absolutely still a challenge. So we're working on it, and I think we all together are working on a solution, but it's still a challenge. Yes.
What I figure out from our experience speaking with the usually big corporate brands over 50 million turnover, what we realize is that they are scared about these legislations, and instead of pushing for doing more, they sometimes are afraid that doing more and communicating more can be dangerous for them. Yes. As long as they don't have, let's say, a database that they feel confident enough to share the information. Because we speak a lot about communicating, this information out there, but the reality is that the major issue for these corporates is to be held responsible for their suppliers when it's the first time someone asks them to be responsible for them. And it's, I think, really everything about collaboration. So if actually these brands are not able to engage their suppliers in data collection process, we will miss to have the information in the product. If we miss to define a standard for communicating information and standardized information in the product, we will miss tomorrow to use this information for the right purposes and really empowering a circular economy. So again, without collaboration, I think the project and the idea we are as the D-Factory working for and you are as just one working for will be meaningless.
Yes. Absolutely, I agree, absolutely. We live in a digitized world, in a global world. We cannot do our own stuff and hope nobody sees us and knows what we're doing, and we can keep everything for ourselves. Collaboration is absolutely the answer to tackle these challenges about the supply chain, because the supply chain is global. It cannot just be German or in the EU, or it needs to have an approach with everyone working together. Absolutely.
Yeah. And last but not least, collaboration is not about only, let's say, support me in collecting this data, but it's about sharing value. So let's say, not only saying, how do I collect this data from my suppliers, but how do I actually make it economically sustainable for my supplier to digitize this process and give me this information. So I think the data infrastructure behind the supply chain needs to change. Because this information needs to be collected in a way that is scalable, that tomorrow can be easily communicated to the final user. Because what is happening is that if we do not make it economically viable for everyone in the supply chain, also the poorest country where the main manufacturing production process is, that will be difficult and to make it actually collaborative and scalable tomorrow. So we are speaking about problems. I don't want to bother you all with just problems. I think we are here also to provide solutions, to provide also, I think, 3 key words that came up after our discussion that potentially can be the key area to work more on. So as you mentioned, interoperability.
Yes, the standards or the identification numbers have to talk to each other and have to be understood along the supply chain. We cannot have like island solutions. We need to have interoperable standards. We need to talk to each other. We need to understand each other, even if we're not speaking the same language. At least we're speaking the same numbering system or the same standardization system. So that's absolutely important, because at the end of the day, the digital product passport will have all this information about the supply chain, hopefully, because I think, yes, we're talking about challenges, but it's also an opportunity to really have the data available along the supply chain and to know exactly what we're doing. And it's an opportunity for us. So yes, we need to speak the same language. So
same language, same standard, interoperability. Again, data accuracy.
Yes.
Because we need to have this data in a way that is accurate and reliable. And I would say that's actually, yes, a challenge, but also a real process that is going on, because we are both working on a project, the CheerPass, that maybe you can say more about how GS1 is engaging in this project, and we as the D-Factory are part of this benchmarking at European level group that is actually defining which potentially will be the next solution that are already out there in the market for creating a digital product passport and making this European legislation actually a reality next year, because we are speaking about this timing, like we expect by the end of 2024 to have a legislation that will make the digital product passport a reality for the fashion business. And you, together with the other parties, are working on having the solutions there and working on actually the providers that are already doing it to make it possible.
Yes, that's absolutely the work we're doing, like to explore what's the challenges, what's the differences, where can we come together and provide, it's an EU project, and to provide an idea for the EU, how could the legislation maybe work, just a framework, what do we need, And yes, because it goes into countries, and the supply chain goes into countries who are not in the EU and who are not as developed, so to say, as we are. And we need to make sure to have that all available and to have a framework, and that's what we're doing.
I think the framework is what is going to make it possible to have a collaboration in place. Let's say we want to make these brands no more scared, but actually excited about potentially creating new projects. We have 1 minute left, so just if you have some questions for us, we're here. Otherwise, you can just reach out later. We are in the startup area. Great. Thank you for joining our panel.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you. So our next part is Klima und so. In April, we organized a startup competition here in Berlin, and Klima und so have been one of the final lists, and we directly invited them to our conference. I think you will build up something. Yeah, okay. So, and then after Klima und so, we are listening to Ruben Dahmen. He will talk about how to become circular online. And after that, we will have a panel discussion led by Daniela from Felder & Felder, also talking about circular fashion. Our topic right now is sustainability.
Hello? This is working. This? No? Okay. Hello? No. So, okay. Cool. So first of all, thanks for having us. And since we are going to talk about social media, quick question, who of you is using social media? Great. So actually a room full of experts. Because we brought you a little quiz. Click. What do you think? Do 45 flights between Frankfurt and New York and a viral TikTok video have in common? Anyone? Yeah, it's the footprint of 39 tons of carbon emissions. And just to give you another comparison, a normal, like an average German would need like more than 3.5 years to produce the same amount of emissions in its normal life. And I think I know what you're thinking right now. It's probably something like, what the fuck? That's exactly what I thought when we measured this number. And so what can we do now about this? Click. We basically have two options. First, obviously, delete social media. Get out your phones now, delete your accounts, kill thousands of businesses, self-employed, creators. Probably not the most realistic option we have. So the second option is we take responsibility now and take climate action. We talked to a lot of creators, agency, brands, and fun fact, they know about this, and actually they are searching for solutions to create a more sustainable way of using social media, but all of them are facing the same issues. And those are, it's super tough to actually measure those emissions, and it takes a lot of expertise, time, money, if you want to do it your own. And at the end, it's also pretty hard to make it possible to communicate those in a, let's say, transparent and also trustworthy way. And I think you already guessed it. That's actually why we are here today, because we are Klima und so. With Klima und so, we enable brands and creators to quantify the emissions of their social media activities, so for postings or whole accounts, help them to reduce those emissions up front, and also working together with different German NGOs to help them to compensate for those emissions that are not avoidable at this moment where the posting goes actually online. And in the end, like the most important step, what we are doing is to help them communicate it, because communicate is probably the most powerful tool we all have to fight climate change. So maybe Patrick, you want to explain how we help them with that?
Sure, I'm here to help. So if we go on the next slide, click, please, thank you. As Jean-Paul just mentioned, communication is key, because what we're trying to do is create a new social norm that creates social change. And we need to feel like we are in a majority. We are the majority that wants sustainability. So how do we do it with the most powerful communication tool we have right now, social media? On the one hand, content creators and brands that are using our service get these Klima und so label. So with this sticker that can be incorporated in your content piece through CapCut, through the story function in Instagram, you show your community that this content piece is brought climate neutrally to your audience. You don't need to explain anything, you know, don't need to, I don't know, have a how-to video for 1 minute why you're climate neutral now. It's just a label that communicates it. In combination, and this is important because trust and transparency is the foundation we are building on, in combination with the microsite. So if you have the label, there's always an ID connected to it. So if you see this content piece climate neutrally brought to you, you see this label, you see the website link that leads to the microsite of a creator or a brand, and on the microsite, it will be explained how much emissions were caused by a content piece, a campaign, by an account, how this is compensated for, in what projects, and how much money was necessary to compensate for the damage the content caused. And especially for brands and corporate clients, we also provide the CSR reportings so that this can be incorporated in any kind of ESG company-wide reporting. Click. So, why all of that? Because in the end, with that solution, we are able to create this all-profit solution so that only climate champions are created. Brands, content creators, and especially planet Earth. There are plenty of studies out there that show if I'm, as a brand, taking care of sustainability, it will increase my consumer branding, it will strengthen my employer branding. As a content creator, I can have real impact on my communities because those people are following me. They are adjusting their behavior if I'm the role model behaving in a certain way, in a more sustainable way. And especially, I'm increasing my market value because brands obviously are interested in working together with more sustainable content creators. And planet Earth, obviously, climate action, communication, what I was just talking about. Click. So, now to the second part of our 20-minute presentation here. We are very lucky that we are not the only ones working on this change in marketing, that we're getting more sustainable marketing. And today we have a special guest, our most recent partner. She founded Fair Model, a model agency that only works with sustainable brands and with content creators and models that are really taking care of the environment and the society. So please welcome on stage, I don't know, or in front of the screen, Anna Völzke. So I guess we don't have a second microphone. Is it working? No? Hello? No? Not working? Okay. We can also just share. Okay. So, test? No? We can share. Hello? No? Okay. We'll just take the one. Anyway, so thank you for being here. So I just mentioned what you do with Fair Model, but can you just summarize it in like a minute, and who's your like target customer? Who are the brands that are working with you?
Yeah, thank you for having us, and hello to everybody. Thank you for this great introduction. It's normally my first sentence to do it exactly like that. But with Fair Model, we gave the answer to a question no one dared to ask yet. Who will be the influencers and sustainable models of the future? And for example, one of our clients, Deutsche Bahn and DB Mobil magazine, they decided to work with us for especially two reasons. On one hand, they want to avoid shitstorm, that nobody can say, well, but this model I've already seen for fast fashion, and now they are talking about sustainability. That's not, it's incredible verse. And on the other hand, they really are in search for authentic brand ambassadors that fit their sustainable ideas. And now we have about 100 models in the agencies, and yeah, that's where they find them.
Cool, thank you for sharing. Since you bring a lot of experience and you're working in that field for a couple of years, what do you think, especially getting back to the topic in terms of social media, what are brands struggling the most with when communicating sustainability in social media?
Yeah, I think they all feel the pressure to change something. They feel that we are in the middle of a paradigm shift, but sometimes they don't really know where to start. So they are in some details like planting a flower meadow in front of their offices or buy the oat milk and say, wow, we are now very sustainable, but there are much more important things to change with more impact, like what product do we sell, how do we treat our suppliers, and with whom do we want to work with. And now that we find each other, our creators and the brands can also be sure that they can post now climate neutral.
Okay, actually, nice answer. Thanks for that. Well, since now brands are sometimes very, let's say, cautious or maybe even afraid to take a stand on social media because they're, I don't know, like afraid of shitstorms, for example. How do you talk to companies that are just starting their sustainable journey? They didn't know about fair models, for example, before. So what do you tell them?
Yeah, I think nobody is born sustainable or perfect, but I'm happy and I celebrate everybody who wants to do these first steps. And it's yeah, very important to talk about this transformation, because otherwise, I think, why are we afraid of shitstorm? Because we are not perfect. So it's not a possibility to wait until we have this state of perfect things, yeah, because we will never reach it. So it's very important to communicate very transparently about this path we want to go.
True. It's working? Ah, no, now it's working. True, thanks. Another question, in the current market environment, right? It's interesting out there at the moment. So tight marketing budgets, high degree of competition, agency and brands are fighting about prices. And for us, so for Klima und so, like prices for a climate neutral campaign, for example, increases collaborations by 2 to 4% in average. So wouldn't you say that this is actually quite a nice USP for a brand in trade-off for like 2 to 4%, especially in this situation we are in, like facing like the real climate heat waves, floods, and stuff like this. So isn't it worth it?
Isn't it worth it? Yes, of course. But I think if the brand wants to exist in 10 years, still exist there, they really need to transform now. And this is, of course, one part of this completely marketing chain. And of course, it's worth it.
Ah, yeah, oh, sorry, I take this one. It's the moderator's microphone. Just kidding. Yeah, and in addition to that, I recently read like 2 studies. There was this one study on consumers that are willing to mostly purchase the sustainable products. Even if they can't afford, they rather would want to be able to purchase that. So there's a huge need in the market for more sustainable products. At the same time, the study said that CMOs in the DACH region, their first priority is sustainability marketing. So their first priority is to talk about sustainability of their company, but in the end, most of them don't know yet about sustainable ways to communicate their own sustainability. This is kind of interesting, I think. But now, giving an outlook, looking ahead, Jean-Paul just mentioned it, like bad news last week, like the warmest day ever measured. We have the heat waves over the weekend. What motivates you? How do you get up in the morning? How do you work on that? Even though there's like almost always bad news around that topic.
You mean everything is lost, so why starting with that? Yeah, we have, as I already mentioned, 100 models that commit to the idea only to work for sustainability, and we get about 10 applications every week, so there's a lot more people. They really want to do this. And if I look in the eyes of my daughter, I think about I must work on a world that will be enkelfähig and still enjoyable for their grandchildren. So I think it's worth it being brave for the good and true and beautiful in life.
Yeah, definitely. And also getting back to communication, I mean, I don't know how you feel, but myself being vegan, hanging out with friends, I see they are tending to become vegan by talking about more sustainable energy providers and writing on it, like a LinkedIn post about it. I reach like thousands of people, and 3 or 4 of them are signing up through my referral link. So we have impact if we open up, if we communicate, if we show that we are the majority. So if you want to take away something from this talk, so definitely take away that if you communicate, people are listening and people will follow your lead. Since we have, I think, 3-4 more minutes, I would like to open up this session a bit. So this topic is new to most of people we talk about it. Do you have any questions? Do you have any insights, personal experiences in terms of sustainability and marketing? Please feel free to ask any kind of question.
Okay, hi. Thanks for all the information. I think that's a really cool project. Are you planning on expanding that to e-commerce? And I mean, if we're thinking about the footprint that we're creating by using social media, if we're thinking about expanding that in what are we doing by just clicking through websites and loading tons of images, videos, all of that, and kind of making that more carbon neutral, or all the software that is used in the background to manage all of those, so the CRM systems and all of that? Is that something that?
Yeah, so I think there were 2 questions. So first of all, are we going into like e-commerce or fashion? So this is totally industry agnostic. So doesn't really matter like what's your industry. If you want to have like climate neutral social media, you can always talk to us. So feel free to approach us. To the second one, there are already pretty nice solutions in place for measuring the carbon footprint of websites, of whole software products, and we are getting more and more requests about like, do you also, I don't know, make my website climate neutral? And then we forward to one of our partners and good friends. So if you have questions on that, feel free also to approach us. But right now we're just focusing on social media. Why? Because we see this is like the biggest leverage to talk to anyone in any kind of community through their creators. Because we can reach them on like sustainability topics and issues, like no Tagesschau, no government, no newspaper ever can. Because social media reaches most of us. One last question.
Yeah, maybe can you talk a little bit more about the compensation and the projects you feature?
Yeah, definitely. So what we see in the compensation market is quite devastating at some point. So there were kind of these really bad news about Vera end of last year, certifying projects that didn't really exist and all that kind of stuff. At the same time, there are marketplaces that are offering carbon credits for $5 a ton, which is actually bullshit, but sorry to say it that way. So what we're doing right now is we are working together with like leading climate NGOs in Germany. They are consulting us on which projects to choose. And going forward in the next couple of months, we will also build our own compensation portfolio. That means we are building a network of compensation projects that we really trust, where we have people that are approachable in the respective countries where the projects are happening. And also this will be facilitated by scientists and people that really know the game, because we are just the startup founders. We are not in the game since, I don't know, decades, but there are people out there that are, and we want their knowledge to be involved in our compensation portfolio, that there's like full transparency and especially 100% impact, because this is what we're here for.
Maybe just to add one last information for you, because this is actually quite interesting, I think. Because when it comes to compensation, a lot of people have in mind this thing like, okay, let's plant some trees, right? It's a super simple image for that. And it's, I mean, I like trees, no, don't get me wrong, I like trees. But they are not very good for compensation. Because if I plant a tree today, depending on which type of tree it is, it can take like 20, 30, 50 years to actually pull out the emissions that have been sold before. So that's exactly what we are not doing. So we are not supporting planting trees, for example, but only going with, it's called symmetric compensation. That means if we tell you today, we offset it for you like 1 ton of carbon emissions, this will like really happen during like inside of 1 year actually. So this is the, yeah, that's the time span. So not like 20 or 30 or 50 years, but less than 1 year.
Cool. I think that's it. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for Anna and participating in our quick panel here on stage. If you want to have like more details on what we're doing, why we're doing it, etc., we are out there in our tiny little corner. You won't miss us. If you want to book a coffee chat with us, feel free to do so. Click. Oh, okay, there's our. Anyway, we can book a coffee chat also in our tiny little corner. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Should I go to them?
Sure.
Louder?
Hello. Oh, very loud. Perfect. Now we got it. Now it's to test. Yes, I think we directly start into the presentation. I will talk today about circularity in some parts and also present you a venture of our team. I don't know what kind of target group I got in front of me, so yeah, react very enthusiastic so I can check your feedback if you're cool, if I go further. So I start with my hypothesis I brought today. The greatest sustainable solution starts with a naive thought. And it's really important for us because our backgrounds are in innovation discovery and development. And what we've seen a lot is that the people are trying to copy existing solutions too often and not thinking of the unknown and the more innovative way to salute stuff. And yeah, who we are coming from behind. And today I will talk about how you can actually become circular online real fast. But the truth is, you won't, because at the end of the day, we need physical touch points to actually establish that and the great UX. You will now think, okay, what the hell he's talking about? There's a lot of sentences making no sense together, but there is a story in it. So, quickly introduce myself. Next slide, please. My name is Ruben Dahm. I'm one of 2 co-founders of Behind Ventures. We are a venture studio based in Dortmund, Berlin, Barcelona, and Düsseldorf. We are 30 plus people. Behind us, there's also The Arc, our own agency. And we just established last month 3 ventures we are now bringing to the market. And I will present to you today our venture called Base. I'm also a basketball player, by the way. I don't know why it stands there, but in case you don't know. Okay, so we have 4 chapters, 2 less time, so we'll be quickly, roughly go through it. So the first question we are stating ourselves is why not all businesses are actually circular? How we can use new technology for that? Where should we improve our UX to increase the awareness for that whole topic? And how do you actually start a circular model, also maybe in terms of fashion? That's also an answer we give today. So we start with the first question. Next slide, please. We go a little quicker now. The first one is, and we all have to admit maybe, I know that a lot of people of us thinking more purpose-driven and more sustainable, but at the end of the day, the higher metrics we are all following is growth. So we need to follow also, and to be honest with that metric, and to find a solution to actually involve it and not to exclude it. Second thing is, the current solutions we know at the market, also in fashion industry, I will talk now about our solution in the next chapter, are not facing the user's needs. We are facing any growth needs, but we are not facing and bring it both in one solution. Third stuff, to close the loop of a circular model, you actually need physical touch points, especially in fashion. You cannot make it just digitally and think of a circular model. You have to come to the user. User have to have the ability to come to yourself, to your company. First one is, and that's what we really recognize the last 12 months, there are a lot of solutions at the first stages, but there are also a lot of solution teams, tiny solution teams working on several first stages solutions, but we should be more open to collaborate. That's what we actually did the last 10 months. Actually ask everyone beside us, how far are you? We want to jump in, because I think that's the solution for bringing more faster, sustainable stuff and innovation to the market. Okay, so that was abstract enough. I'll give you now a little example. So we are talking about micro hubs in terms of maybe you know it as a parcel locker or click and collect station for fashion industry. And we also talk about that, but we all involve it in one word. We call it micro hub. Okay, so it doesn't matter if it's a click and collect, parcel locker, any hub standing in front of a store. There's the first problem. We have over 70 parcel locker startups or hub startups in Europe. This is the stats from 2 months ago. So I don't know where we're at now, but I can tell you that just 15 are at the market, like at the market entry market, and not like in seed mode. We also have the problem that every logistics service and every retail brand right now thinks of building their own hub solution, which is limited, which is excluding the routes and the consumption of the nearby services, and actually just thinking of ourselves. The third thing is, what we are really facing is that we don't listen to the user's needs, and we are not involving the infrastructure also nearby. Coming to our own example, present to you our venture Base. It's actually, it looks like a normal parcel locker, but it's definitely not. It's also only our first hardware design. What we built is a radical open application plus a hub system, which is there not only for parcel agnostic locking and pickup services, but also for bringing back maybe some fashion stuff. I will tell you now. So, how to use technology for that? Next chapter. So, step one, what we did is, how do you want to build such a product? For us as a team, we started it last summer. None of us had ever built such a huge hardware product, with such complexity, and such a radical open app. If we talk to Marco Polo, for example, they already have a plan how to solve click and collect. They already have a shop. They have super high complex systems, and you have to bring that factor to every customer. So just to recognize how complex it is. So the first decision we did was, hardware is not our thing. Not because we cannot do it, we can design it, we can plan it, we can roll it out, but we cannot think that we are better than manufacturers from Germany in steel production. They do it for 120 years. There's so much knowledge in there, use that. So what we did is we aligned 10 plus SMEs from Germany around us to build an infrastructure which is already there, and we involved them. Second point is, we combined the user's needs and the company's strengths. We analyzed the whole market and realized very quickly, none of those boxes are really frequency high. None of those fashion boxes, none of those parcel locker boxes, they all missing frequency, and this is the KPI of the market. The more the utilization is at the capacity level, the better it is. So there was a huge problem. Third problem was everyone just was coverage driven. So DHL said, let's bring out 12,000 boxes. No one can copy that pace. So everyone just tried to put out any hub boxes to show a solution for the users. At the end of the day, none of them thought of an end-of-life treatment. We have a lot of bad steel now in whole Europe standing, and everybody's still talking about coverage. What we've built a modularized product, and you can actually bring it completely back into the circle. The whole steel box you see there, it's a circular product. Fourth thing, be ready to collaborate with nearby solutions. If you want to hire the frequency on your fashion hub in front of your store, for example, then you have to talk to local heroes around you, because people will visit your store if you involve more services of people around you who cannot afford such a big hub. So we've tested out, for example, in Dortmund from our hometown, and what was really clear very early was there's a cafe in the north town of the north district of the town, and if you involve the click and collect for that cafe combined with the fashion approach, that is the frequency, the last mile the society actually loves. And that is the reason why people are standing up and will come to your store physically. Yes, so where to improve your UX and increase awareness. Next chapter. You can make a photo, it's very easy. It looks very simple, but if you follow those steps, you will build a great circular product. I mean, you have to operationalize every step to like 500 tasks, but it's actually a simple doing. So identify the most relevant pains, what we've did, build a naive model, how to fix them. So think of building the cradle-to-cradle box, the first cradle-to-cradle box in Europe, and then go further. Find existing solution, what we've did. I'll look at the time, next one. Now brought you two cases to make it from the second abstract level now to the facts level. It's still a stealth mode case, but hopefully on the next Yoonaverse we can present you the prototype. So go further. The first naive thought was we're talking to Jäger. It's one of our partners. What they are building is, I hope I got it, it's not the right material, but something like that. Elastics for shoes, for example. So as we all know, some of us buy several shoes because we want several elastic colors. And we completely understand the need of the user, but from the sustainable side, it's very stupid because I have to produce 4 shoes. I know I can make more sale, but it's not sustainable at all. I could actually, better would be if I could change the elastics. So what we've thought of is if we can actually track the Jäger is like in the 4th, 5th position of the whole production chain. So if we can bring him to the user's needs, we can emphasize the following problem. We can, go further. I have not enough time to extend everything. So what we did is that we want to track those elastics from the first point of production and actually made it happen that you can recycle it through our hub. So at the end of the day, you can bring back the shoe in his raw materials, you can bring the shoe or only the elastics and get a deposit for that and use that also for recyclement at the next stage. So a logistic provider will take off the materials separately and it's more easy to recycle that, so you can actually build a circular model. Go through that. Yes. So further. Yes. So there are already many brands who are doing that approach. But what we always saw is that there's a lot of loud marketing, but if you're talking to the manufacturers of those fashion products, they are not getting actually asked. So we have seen the highest potential in that. If you go back to the production lane and not telling that circular question as like the 6th position and then build a great campaign on it, but instead of that, asking where's actually my first source of materials and go to that point and try to track it. And I know that on the last Yoonaverse we had like 15 presentations toward tracking and tracing, but we want to break it down on a real point. That's why we are bringing today the example of the elastics. Yes, so we go through that. I mixed the both together. To the point, go to the end, yes. So there's the example. Now you see the circle in the next one. So it's not only a sustainable project, it's also a big benefit for the users. So As you can see, we can actually create out of one product 3 or 4 products in terms of also emphasizing with the campaign. You can make a user switch the laces. You can value their own shoes more. You can actually extend the cycle of wearing of one shoe. And if you combine this method to other products or fashion, we will see. I mean, we are here to open to talk to you. This is the first prototype we are building. So just come up to us. If we go further now. Yes. How does it work? And you can also ask me. It does work over an RFID fiber. So we actually recognize the material once it gets placed in our box. It's not the case on the last picture that we have like compartment sizes of like 2 meters. It's not the case. They will shrink down to the needed sizes. So of course the box won't only take 6 of those elastics, they can take up to 100. It doesn't matter. And what we've also thought of and what we're already building is that we are not limited on the amount of compartments, but instead there's only one exchange service, maybe at the storefront, and it's combined with an logistic behind there, or a storage solution. So you can actually expand it already, so you don't think of 20, 30, 100 fibers, think of 5,000 fibers. And think of a pharmacy robot who just lays it in there or takes it back. Very simple, all the technology is already solved. We don't have to invent it, we just have to implement the right partner with the right condition, actually. Yes. Yes, so this is our biggest advice. As you can see on the Jäger use case, we went in there in the company and recognized after a few days, Marvin sits right here, our sustainable officer, we've recognized after like 1-2 days that there are so much potentials who are just laying around in that industry. And of course, for the last supplying brand or for the last retail brand, it's not the first need to minimize the shoe resale, but in case you start with a small prototyping use cases, and there are also brands involved who are interested in that, you actually have other effects. You can bond more users. You can expand your image into that. You can actually build more models, but you have to leave the normal growth capitalism scope and have to like redefine it. So of course you sell less shoes, but maybe there are other touch points or other services you can sell with that approach even more. And that you have to actually calculate. It's not easy because the first reaction was, yeah, but then I sell like 2,000 shoes less per month. Of course, but of course you also gain maybe 2 million more users. So yeah, you have to go into the case and try to find your smallest point to start. Yeah, so here you can see that's what we actually did in that case of bringing back materials. So what we did is we were sourcing for an IoT hardware. That was where we came on the smart fiber. We have to make it feasible, how to recognize such a material when you bring it back. Then we also integrate a digital twin solution software, so to actually make it traceable, that we have a digital twin of that material. We also didn't develop that. I won't tell you now the company, but you can ask me after the speaker. Also that we're going to integrate, because there are a lot of companies doing a lot of good stuff in that branch. Then we're actually at that point, we connect to a big network in South Germany called Circular Republic, where we actually involved all the partners we needed at one point. So we had fashion brands, we had recycling companies, logistic companies, we had those twin software solution companies from also Web3 branch, and we had the small supplying IoT hardware companies. At the end, 6-7 stakeholders, combine it with the manufacturer, combine it with some smart heads, and at the end you have a little prototype. And that's how you can start very, very lean, very easy, such an approach. Yeah, so here's an example how to test circularity conversions with goodie bags. So for example, you could actually put the same approach on that level, and at the end of the day, you can engage with users really fast. Here also you see the logo of the network we are involving in that. In case you're interested, you can also go up to Marvin, ask him for some contacts. It's really really great network. So a lot of information, too less time. I'm really recognizing it. Let's go through that and make it to an end. Last thing is, which is really important for us, you now didn't see the meme, but to have the po end also in there, don't hand in there. Okay, I don't have everything in there. Can you go back 2 slides? Yes, thank you. So for us, you see that we are product people. It's the first time that we actually talk about our still stealth mode startup. That's why we are actually not talking, but still talking about it. And what's really important for us, I hope no one of Godback is in this room today. If yes, then let's talk. It's important for us to think about this before you sell your first margin of, I don't know how many thousand products, because I know it hurts to talk about very early, but we should. And we should really decide about more functional and sustainable approaches, not about loud brands. And also a naive thought, but it's maybe a first step to do that. So yeah, so maybe if you guys interested, talk about more circularity. If you see a potential in your production chain, if you see a potential in your network, where you want to go into discussion with our team around these people here, I will introduce you to them. Yeah, come up to us, and thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Hello, is it on? Muss ich auf irgendwas? So? Yeah, okay. Hey, my name is Daniela Felder, and I'm going to host the Circular Fashion Innovations in Sustainable and Ethical Fashion panel. And I would like to welcome here on the panel with me first Iris, the founder of Renoon, and Giulio from MyFu. If you maybe could go ahead and introduce yourself, Iris.
Yeah, sure. Well, hello everyone. Excited to be here and at this edition of Yoonaverse. Actually, also today, just seeing everyone and meeting everyone. Yeah, my name is Iris. I'm one of the co-founders of Renoon. And what we do, maybe I can start with that. Very straightforward, we have a SaaS that allows an end-to-end transparency. So we work with brands in the fashion space to help them map, measure, and then communicate sustainability to the final consumer. And the reason why I'm doing this and why I started this company together with 3 other guys was because at some point in my life, I realized that as a consumer, I didn't have the access to this information. So I could know the product price, the color, I could know where it was, it was shipping from me, and I could buy it online, but I couldn't know exactly who made it, what were the sustainability features of this product, and so that actually led me to start this company.
Thank you very much. And Giulio?
Yeah, thank you for having me. So I'm the co-founder and CEO of MyFu with 2 other women also from Italy. I'm from Italy. We are we're producing a leather alternative that's based on mycelium. So it's made out of mycelium and upcycled fabric. So what we're trying to do is to make a leather alternative that is biodegradable. And yeah, thank you for having me.
That's amazing. Like in the innovation space, I think mycelium is like really, really advanced and interesting. When you say we are like a plant-based brand as well, so I think for us it's always really exciting to see the new alternatives on the market, next to leather. But when you say like you mix it with recycled materials, are those also like plant-derived or?
Yeah, so we want to make a material that's fully biodegradable. So we're trying to use hemp or cotton. Of course, we're trying to recycle something, so there's going to be the chemicals that were used in these fabrics are going to continue to live through ours, but it's going to be more biodegradable than synthetic leathers, for example, plastics, or leathers that have been tanned with chrome tanning or vegetable tanning that's very heavy in toxic chemicals. That's basically why we're doing this, also because, I mean, leather has such an impact on the environment, deforestation, exploitation of animals, of course, exploitations of people, all the toxic chemicals that go into the waters, into the soils. So it's time to have new materials with which we can engage these are traditional materials. As I said, my team is from Italy. We come from a gigantic leather tradition. Basically, all fashion brands, the biggest fashion brands, do produce in Italy because there's a very good tannery network. But they're looking for new alternatives also because there's a problem with water in Italy with the tanning system. So it's high time. There are other companies that are doing this and they're working with mycelium. For example, Mecca Works are doing a great job. They're working with Hermes.
Yes.
Bolt Threads has been working with Stella McCartney and Adidas. Let me think. Mogu has been working with Balenciaga. So there are also other ones that are trying to bring other materials. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while, but it's coming.
It's coming. Yeah, it's a slow progress, but you know, I think it's very necessary. So congratulations on what you do.
Thank you.
Iris, to come back to you, how does WeNoon contribute to circular fashion?
Yeah, so this is a great question, and the way we're part of the circularity movement is, of course, giving giving a solution to a piece of the puzzle. I think also we're here today because everyone is bringing their own pieces together. So how we do that, it's by the integration with what we said also before today. We discussed about the digital product passport. So there's this new concept of actually making information available, not only to the consumer, but also to what happens after the product is being used by the consumer. So actually digital product passports, what they're gonna enable the industry to do is to access some of this data that it wasn't so easily accessible before. So through data carriers, etc., recyclers and facilities that are gonna, take over the product after a consumer has used it, they're gonna now be able to access this data. And how we contribute to that, it's a piece, again, of what the digital product passport is, which is information about how that product was built, what are its environmental footprint, and what could potentially become of that product afterwards. So all of this is something it's being built right now. So we also listened before to another panel specifically about this and how Europe is coming up with this regulation. It's also being taken forward by specific countries. And currently there's also 16 different regulations actually that are going to impact our space, clothing and fashion. And they're all linked to this notion of actually making sure that information is retrievable. So yeah, this is really how we so we work with brands to basically give an interoperable and systemic solution to this. We know that as fashion companies, it's sometimes, talking about sustainability, circularity, sometimes just feels a lot. You have to do a lot. You have to measure this, do that, etc. So it's about starting to shifting into solutions that can create a base for them to build on top, which I think it's probably a very nerdy thing to say, but it's the most exciting thing that I think that's happening in the industry, right? So adopting some systems that could actually empower circularity on top, can empower, the usage of new materials on top, etc.
That's a very good point. I also think that, like bringing, digital innovation into sustainable materials, plant-based materials, is the way forward, to really see the story of the material as well, So I think
correct.
there's
actually,
ways to work together.
Yeah,
for sure.
we are working actually with some material innovators, which it's a project that we're going to launch soon. But basically, we created a digital version of actually showcasing the whole supply chain of that material. So having full transparency, because also something that's happening in the industry right now is there's sometimes this new material, which I'm actually a super mega fan. So of everything that's very scientific based, like a new innovation coming up, which is actually solving one of the most important problems. Because to be honest, I think, okay, our solution is amazing, but it's still software, right? And the guys who actually are changing a lot of things are you that are actually bringing about innovation on the actual material. And yeah, what I feel is that making this connection and empowering, giving the transparency of actually understanding how that material was made, it's important. We still sometimes don't see it. We see like new materials being created in the industry without having the transparency to understand what the actual footprint of that material.
I feel this is like one of the biggest challenges for designers and for the customers as well. Giulio, coming back to you, what are some of the emerging trends or areas of focus within material innovation?
Well, I think what you said was a very good point. I think you need to have a way to measure it. And when we talk to people, they always ask us, okay, what are the tests? What's the LCA? What are you using? And it's very interesting because also what's happening right now is often these other companies, for example, Bolt Threads, or also MicroWorks, or also Modern Meadows, they're realizing that they have to use some plastic in their material in order to make it workable for the supply chain, for the manufacturers. And so it's important really to have this traceability of everything, to measure how the things are done. Because if we do have SDGs and we take them seriously and we have to attain them by 2030, and we don't have ways to measure them, then it becomes a problem. And for the material side of things, there is investments that are being made, but the investments that are being made in these innovative materials are very small comparatively to plastic or to also to animal leather. I mean, plastic, the fossil fuel industry just invested $400 billion in petrochemical materials, and for material innovation, innovative materials like the ones I mentioned, there's 2, maybe 3 billion. So in order to get there, the trend needs to pick up because we want to change things fast. Also, the fashion industry wants to change things fast. At the same time, there is an infrastructure that needs investment.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I also feel like that, a lot of the manufacturers of the materials, and they're not equipped for all these natural materials because the machines are built for leather, for example. And then if they try to feed in the plant-based leathers, cruelty-free and vegan, they just don't really work 100% on those machines. So actually that space needs to change drastically as well if that really wants to evolve, right?
Yeah, I think that's why for us it's very important to work directly with young designers, because young designers can give us directly the feedback, so then we can develop the material together. And also for us it's very important to work with young designers, because young designers, smaller designers, don't have always access to these materials. Because the bigger brands have exclusivity deals with, say,
Stella,
Kering,
Adidas.
Exactly. And so they cannot even use these materials. They always have to go to plastics, like the Telfer bag, or it's always these vegan leathers, for example. So there has to be, the thicker the network is, meaning the more we talk to each other and the more we collaborate with each other, the more we can get there. But all of the stakeholders, meaning from the investors to the people that help us with the data, to the designers, and this is the approach that has to do with regenerating this total supply chain, and in a circular way, of course.
Yeah, I completely agree. Iris, to come back to you, how can innovation contribute to advancing sustainable practices across different industries?
That's a very big question. And actually, honestly, it's also a question that I would ask also the audience, to be honest, because it's a tough one to, because first of all, what is innovation? Like, what do we call innovation? Sometimes we see, to me, it's like basically changing some of the behavior or the things that, the way they have been done until now for a a better purpose, right? So we have an objective, and then to get to this objective, we need to change how we've been doing things, right? So if we want to reduce our emissions, if we want to manage our supply chains better, maybe this type of solutions, like new materials, are a solution to this problem. So that's an innovation. So like actually working with something in a completely different way. So your question was like, okay, how do we accelerate this throughout different industries? And probably I'm not also the most expert in terms of different industries, because what I'm seeing right now is fashion. Like we focus on fashion and clothing. So I can definitely speak for this industry. And it is actually a question that I also have been asking myself, right? How do we make circularity and sustainability something sexy? Like we've seen like over the course of this years, you know, first Web3, there was a big, you know, hype, everything Web3 related, just last year. And then now it's AI, so everything with AI, amazing. So, okay. So now I'm like, now when's the time for sustainability? Because to me, actually, it was so surprising when I went into sustainability in terms of, you know, it starts to become your focus, and you're like, why haven't I looked at this as a consumer, as a professional, my entire life? And you realize there's people who have been studying, who have been trying, you know, also some companies that you mentioned, they've been around for decades. And it's like, okay, when is this going to happen? Because there's people who have been talking about it. We talk about it here. We have solutions here, but then it's very, very difficult to sort of scale them. So I think, to be honest, my solution would be like giving it a hype. Like, how can we bring the hype also into topics that have probably been there for a while? Because also AI has been there for a while. There's literally people and companies who have been working in AI for 20 years. And then suddenly it's just hot to talk about AI now. So yeah, I think probably if we can make something hyped about sustainability and make it like super sexy, maybe that is gonna, you know, give it a push.
Yeah, I remember when we walked away from London Fashion Week to do sustainable bespoke fashion, like a lot of people were like, what the hell, what you doing, you know? It was very uncool back then, about 10 years ago, you know? And now people are like, oh yes, of course, it makes sense.
Yeah, but it's coming, but it's still not like, people still, when you talk about sustainable, like especially when you go to companies or so brands, like brands that actually create, like you guys. There are, of course, some special brands that are born with sustainability at the core. Like they embrace it as part of their ethos and then their philosophy. But it's definitely something, yeah, that it still needs to happen, I feel.
Yeah, Giulio, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that innovation is something, it's a very relative concept. So it depends on what do we mean by that. Do we mean progress? Do we mean, and what's the baseline, right? So right now we have a few needs, and maybe these can be our baseline. Our needs are things have to change because we have a scarcity of resources, we have overproduction, we have all these environmental problems. So what can we do? Is sustainability one solution? What we mean by sustainability usually is a net negative. So we try to be, with our energy, extremely efficient. So for example, going back to leather, with the tanneries, they also promote themselves as sustainable, even though, of course, I mean, it's a difficult argument, because if you're procuring your hides from Brazil, and in Brazil deforesting the Amazon, that's not very sustainable. So we might need a different concept there. At the same time, though, innovation does mean, in this sense, if we take into consideration our needs, how can we really solve our problems? So our problems are multifaceted, and in every specific area, then you have to go and find a solution. We're trying to do it with regenerative leather that both is like sustainable in the sense of energy, because we use 1% of water, 1% of space, etc. And because we're trying to upcycle something, upcycle fabric that would otherwise be in the trash. So in order to prevent this type of consumerism, or at least retake into the cycle things that would otherwise be useless. So in each environment, there has to be that. And innovation, I mean, needs to be honest, in the sense before they were talking about greenwashing. This is a huge problem, but because there are no standards, then it's easy to greenwash. It's easy to say one is innovative without truly being it. I think that a concept that would be more productive would be regeneration. How do I regenerate the environment? What's my role in making the ecosystem regenerate itself, making my environment, in the sense also the social environment, regenerate itself? Because also if we think of overproduction, we are making toxic environments for ourselves with our ways. So maybe this is more of a concept that can then, from which one can derive innovation. What's innovative?
Yeah, absolutely. I also think that it's a lot about soil health, and like that the foods are organic, and that basically a lot of the sustainable fabrics that we've been working with are like a byproduct, like a waste product of the food industry, and therefore are not like creating more waste. They are actually taking away waste from the food industry that have been planted already in an organic way. And I think that's in the end, the most important, that we are helping to create like an earth that is healthy and has nutrition for the world. And also I think collaborations is probably a really good one.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes, totally. I think collaborations is the most important. I think that this is why these spaces are important, because then people can talk to each other, get to know what the others are doing, find collaboration, find partners, find like new ideas, and then try to do something together. It's a project that we have to do together. It's not, I mean, we're happy to offer some young designers our materials so they can integrate it into their designs, and we're working with agro industry, for example, to use waste as a substrate for the mycelium. And to us, the network is the most important thing. It's also, it empowers people. And it kind of scales up from a network sense than the impact one has.
Yeah, totally.
Giulio, can you give examples? I think you did already a little bit in the beginning, where brands are working with innovative materials.
Yeah, let's, okay. Right now there are bigger brands. I think, though, that it's interesting to talk about smaller brands that are working with materials. For example, there's Wushike in Italy, who does all upcycled materials. All the designers that are, for example, represented by, or like work with Fashion Revolution, they try to use new materials, they try to use upcycled materials, they do everything in a way that is ethical, also from a social perspective. When we talk about bigger brands, I mean, when we talk about, for example, the collaboration between Bolt Threads and Adidas, unfortunately, there's a lot about scale. So when they produce lots and lots of it. So the Stan Smiths never came out because I think that the company couldn't provide enough square meters for them to make sense of it. So what's the potential, truly, I think, is to work with many different small designers that have a smaller output, but at the same time, it's more interesting. And then, yeah. So I think that everybody should check out all the designers that work with Fashion Revolution. That's one. And I think that as consumers, if we're spending so much money on like designer clothes, and that means like in the thousands, then we might as well look for people that have still, that are not owned by Caring or et cetera, which are part of a system that really tries to extract as much value as possible. So they tend not to invest so much in innovation because it's not convenient for their bottom line.
Yeah, I was just a couple of weeks ago in London at the Future Fabrics Expo, where all the newest developments, there was also a lot of mycelium materials. And one of the exhibitors there, maybe you know, natural fiber welding, who also are like a petroleum-free, biodegradable material, and they are just experimenting with BMW, for example, on a car seat that is completely cruelty-free, leather-free, made with myrum, which is the material that natural fiber welding does. And it's still in the testing stage because I think there's such high health and safety regulations at BMW, but I think it's amazing. I mean, you know, like if I ever would consider buying an electric BMW, I would love to have the seats made from, you know, like plant-based leathers and maybe even one day mycelium, who knows?
Yeah. I'm sure it's going to happen with mycelium. I mean, Mercedes is working with, I think, MycoWorks maybe. So it's coming.
Yeah, but the most important thing is it's definitely also the people who work in this major companies to actually drive it, because at the end of the day, it's all made by people. So, and I mean, not hiding the fact that a lot of these things also doesn't work out as well, because we've seen major problems in terms of scalability, but it's about also trying it and being, excited about trying the new innovation and implementing it. And it's, of course, coming from the people who make the decisions and they want to adopt such solutions and then scale them.
Less white men in suits and more innovators in the big corporations. I think that's a really, really good point, yeah.
Or maybe upcycled suits and mycelium leather bags. That's also okay.
We love that. Okay, that's already the end of our panel. I thank you very much for joining me on the panel.
Thank you, everyone.
Does anyone have any questions?
Or opinions?
Yeah, we love the hype there. Let's create some hype together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't need it. Thank you. So thank you, Daniela, Iris, and Julio. It was very amazing to listen to you. Also, you saw right now our QR code to get the NFT. It's gone. Okay. We have now a break for half hour or 40 minutes, and we see us again here at 3:40, right?
So I would invite us to sit down. Yeah. Let's start. Oh. So, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone who found time and possibility to participate, to attend our panel discussion about communities and about impact of communities on sales. We all know that right now it's all about sales. We want to be successful, want to be profitable, and it's very interesting how communities can contribute to that. So I would like to start with self-introduction of my beautiful panelists. So we start with Mali. Mali, can you introduce shortly yourself and your relationship to communities?
Yes, thank you very much. Happy to be here today. Happy to see what Yoonaverse is doing and growing. It's part of the community. What I'm doing, I'm a serial entrepreneur converted to investor running W Lounge. W Lounge is a network. We have a lot of values, and one of them is sustainability, impact, and supporting women. But we are definitely supporting a lot of guys as well. What we're doing is scale up growth, if it's come from mentorship, leadership skills, or purely go to get an access for capital, for fundraising, for growth, scale up to the US, scale up to Asia. And the idea is that I wish I had that when I started, when I built my own company. So that's my probably stage to give back.
Thank you, Mali. Actually, interesting fact that we are kind of colleagues with Mali, because besides of my daytime job as head of marketing in Giata, I'm running a community called WTech of females from Ukraine. I'm originally from Ukraine, and we have 5,000 females all over the world, and a few hundreds here in Berlin, and also I'm very happy that I can contribute to that, and also I regret that when I came to Germany, I didn't have community to support me. And now, Alice, a word to you. What are you doing here? What is your community about?
Yeah, totally. So I can feel about you because we are basically foreigner in Germany, right? And I moved to Berlin 6 years ago as a Taiwanese. I never had study in Europe, so basically it's I have my entire life in Taiwan. One day I bought one-way ticket, I moved to Berlin, I booked 1 week hostel. That's it. That's how I moved the entire life. And I thought it should be fine, but then I recognized it wasn't as easy as I thought. Even I feel yeah, I can handle it, we are very strong women, but it was very difficult. So since then, I think I personally experienced a lot about not having a community. To joining the community, and then you feel oh, there are people like you, and then you got supported, and then you become stronger to support the others. So that's basically my journey. And I started helping many people, especially foreigners. They try to make their life in Berlin, so very similar to Mali, and also what you do here. That's amazing, and I want to just push it stronger. So since this year, I started my own brand, Chen Venture. So basically, our mission is to bridge the business expansion between Europe and Asia. And EcoX is one of my portfolio. So basically, EcoX uses a Web3 technology to engage with a community to help the brand engage with them and then grow the customer loyalty together.
Oh, it's great. It's super nice. So yeah, and we started on such a high level of helping people, and now we're coming to the topic that community can be a great marketing instrument, and it can really push sales. So Alice, what's your experience on a community as sales aggregator, as contributor to sales?
Yeah, totally. So I can make the example from EcoX. They are the #1 Web3 platform in Taiwan, and what they do is, for example, they work with Michelin restaurant, they work with exclusive bar. So basically, because those fast restaurant or those bars or the brands, they have fans, they have community, they want to engage deeper with them. So that's basically where we find the opportunity. We use the membership loyalty program to engage with the community so they can feel deeper, they can involve the brand, they can shape the brand, shape the product. And by then, they are also buying more. So basically, that's the win-win of you as a fan, as a customer, you engage and also involving in the product development. And then basically, it drives the sale naturally. And yeah, I think Molly can say it hand in hand.
Yeah, I've been doing this for many, many years, specifically double launch almost 5 years, but since I built my first company while I was still in Tel Aviv, it was immediately a global company and the main market was the US. So working with different cultures literally bring you to be someone that understands how to understand different people, but on the same time understand what they need. So if we understand what the market, the ecosystem is lack of, and when I came to Berlin originally, the family is originally from Germany, so it was not that, I would say, culture-wise that difference. It's just getting, you know, the parents in extension, but business-wise, culture-wise, you see a lot of startups failing because of they don't understand the culture. So that was the point that we understand that we need to do something, not only for myself, like revenue, apropos selling, because my first company was educational toys for kids, manufacturing, like literally the hardcore of selling that I see here, also in the exhibition. But on the same time, we need to give back the knowledge, the access, the network. So what we learned is selling is something that will be easier, faster, and maybe it's because of my age that I'm much comfortable with it or confident with. It's that the selling will come. The money is following a very strong idea. And once you're not serving yourself, you're serving your customer. You understand the customer. And even in W Launch, we have from students to government and all the layers of venture capitals, accelerators, universities, all between. You understand that each one of them needs each other, but also needs totally different approach. And this is why Double Launch is having different channels. And that's actually the first time I will allow myself to say, first of all, we are collaborating with hundreds of communities worldwide. That's also the magic of being very strong and bring everything that you need for your growth, we have in the supply chain of the community. And we are also, of course, deeply, deeply in collaboration. Yep. And that's actually the first time publicly that I can say that we learn the power of community. We learn the power of giving one person things, but also giving huge corporate things or giving government things in a sense of this is something we can help them with, although it sounds like, hey, what they need, but they need a lot. They need a lot of access, global innovation, even venture capitals. Even if they look like from the outside very big, they do not have the best deal flow, and they have to get better, go without saying innovation department in corporates and venture capital, CVCs inside corporates. So those access coming from the network. And I want to say that this is the first time publicly that we understand that there are different layers of engagement in community. There will be always those that are coming, invite, but there will be those that are inner circle, that are always getting the best, getting access. We made beautiful exit last year just because we're really nurturing startup and take them all the way for what they were need and used to go. And this is why we're actually launching NFTs. And you talking about sales. So for me, it's like, I think we are maybe even the only one, I will say carefully, that managed to monetize very nice the community in a sense of we understand the value, and I always build things for revenue. And I know how to do social a lot, but this is something I'm doing, like, obviously as not part of this. So it's always coming with impact investment, social impact, but it's clearly a decision to make it for revenue. So the NFT will color those circles, the inner circle, the broader circle, and the bigger circle, because if you have founder in Silicon Valley, he knows W Launch, he's in a relationship with us, but clearly it's not like a female founder that just left one of the accelerators and searching for the next phase or proof of concept with industry company. And those startups, we are really able to scale them up. And you call it sales, I'm call it value and strong or the right people that you need to surround yourself with, because as a founder, you cannot make it alone anyway. And then the NFT will define how much they are significant or how much they are innovating and bringing back to the community. This is how you build a circle of those that already gained the knowledge, the power, the money, and bring it back. So actually, this is the first time I'm publicly talking about the NFTs of W launch that's coming up. So this is also something we are collaborating with.
So it's exclusive, exclusive information.
For you, our first announcement is in Yoonaverse.
Exactly, Anna. I mean, even look at Anna. She's amazing, amazing, amazing success story. I mean, Anna, do you remember like 2019, SIBB, Techstars, la 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 la? It's a process. It's a growth process, but I think we're always there together for whatever we need, or she need, or I need. It's becoming win-win eventually.
Nice. Alice, and do you have something to add about your collaboration with Mali and with Yoonaverse?
Well, I think Mali already stated loud about our secret.
Exactly.
So
it was
I have not much
until
to add, but I can explain basically our collaboration with Yoonaverse. So I think that was like really amazing experience. In Asia, it's very advanced for all these NFT and Web3 applications, so people are not so skeptical about this is like still crypto scan or something, because we really use it in the application level. When I talked to Anna, we were just like having a dinner, and it was like so easy. She immediately understand. Of course, she's in this space, but I talked to many European, it wasn't as easy because there are not that many use cases yet. And then when I talked to Laura, it was even easier because like I explained the journey. You immediately understand everything, no question. So that was amazing. What we are doing here is basically bringing in the customer loyalty engagement with Yoonaverse. So as simple as it is, you just scan a QR code, register, then you are already in the Yoonaverse membership. You get our exclusive Yoonaverse NFT card. We also offer you EcoX, like special Yoonaverse NFT card. So by this, most of the audience today already get the first 2 NFT in their life. And then you are on mission. So we offer the missions of engagement with each booth. So for example, if you go to the Yoonaverse like booth, you scan the code, then you got a free vodka cocktail from the bar, and now also come together with a handmade chocolate. So this is our motivation, like by giving this like gamification mission for the audience, so they will engage deeper with the conference. And we also put the stamps in each booth. And if the audience like collect all these stamps from the booth, basically we are forcing them, you know, like normally you go to a conference, you see this that I like, the other 5 I don't talk to. We don't want to, you know, like make people, you know, start from the bias. We want them to really pay attention on each of the booth and help them to engage with the exhibitors. I think that's like fair game for everyone. So that's also what we try to complete in the NFT mission today with Yoonaverse.
Nice, thank you. But we know that Yoonaverse and Franziska, they're looking forward, really avant-garde. And do you have example of working with more traditional industry, like with tourism industry?
With which industry?
Tourism, hospitality, tourism.
Tourism industry. Actually, I mean, for most of our existing paying customers, they are mostly from like, let's say, entertainment. I would say like food and restaurant industry, which can somehow relevant to the tourism industry, I think at some point.
Hotels, maybe.
Hotels, exactly. So we work with lots of like exclusive bars and Michelin restaurants in Taiwan. So for example, there's like 2-star Michelin restaurant in Taiwan. You always take 3 months in advance to get a reservation. I think this kind of concept is also very common in most of the capitalism country. So what they do is basically issue very limited amount of NFT. I think it was only 14 membership cards. So then customers are bidding for this NFT membership status. Because if you can get it, then you can have priority booking. So when you want to like invite your friends or business partners and so on, you make sure you got a reservation. You got a very special treat, special menu because you are an NFT member. So this kind of exclusive like membership status is what has been applied in multiple industries.
Nice, and is it successful? Do you have many clients for Michelin restaurants for this kind of NFTs?
Yeah, for example, like this Michelin restaurant, the NFT was, there were only 14 of them. And each NFT was like, I think the last price was around €10,000 for a membership card.
Nice.
Just to get a priority booking.
Nice, very successful. Okay, guys,
Yeah.
if you want to buy NFTs for your business, which is not fashion business, which is maybe not the case here, maybe Alice can help you. So, and I would like to come back to the communities. The topic, so about communication, operate in the community. It's very interesting because, Mali, you're all, maybe I'm wrong, but you're leading offline community, right? Maybe mostly because, yes, mostly with people, yeah. This is the case with me because the most communication for communities, like for female communities, we like to get together or offline events because after COVID we are tired, we want to see each other, and this is how you engaged yourself quickly. I made a mistake, but with offline, with a couple of drinks, you do it faster with an interesting event. But Alice, it's an absolutely different story. You communicate absolutely online. It's a digital community. So Mali, can you explain how we maybe do experience together? Because, for example, I honestly failed to bring my community online. They are absolutely not interested. So how can we combine these two approaches?
So first of all, the next generation of the W Launch NFT is exactly what you talked about, taking the superpower that we built so far and to open it for a broader audience, because still, even if I would say we have 30K people as a community, you understand that not all of them engage and not all of them really like physically here. So I will be very open here, because if we are focused on business, and that's the goal, yeah, the network is business network, you will never invest /work/ support someone that you don't know the personality behind. So if I will invest in someone, or I will connect someone to venture capital or corporates to work together, or even building accelerator with corporates, and again, bringing the network because we bring opportunity, you cannot recommend someone just because you met him online. I mean, I'm sorry, you know,
yeah,
it's like a fact. And I can tell you more than this, you know, startup that we are collaborating or putting inside accelerators, or even like students from universities, this is something that, it's something in their personality that they got it. They got the ingredients to be successful. Then they do not have a team, we will help them. They do not have money, we will help them. They do not have industry player to work with as a proof of concept, we will help them. So if you know that the basic is very strong and the personality is there, this is, by the way, why we build even like the leadership program, because a lot of women, specifically I'm talking about women here, do not have enough strong personality to really leverage what they have as brain, you know, as talent. So a lot of, I would say, kind of like things that not coming together, also the business development and the personal development. So you cannot put money in people and invest in them and promising and put our stamp on them if you do not know them. So someone told me, like, Mali, you are like the offline version of influencer. You know, I heard that before, but I would like to say that eventually, as a person, I'm not counting on the numbers. I know it's important, but I'm counting on the quality. So if we made exit, if we made one corporate to shift their investment and to make it more diverse and to, you know, deploy more money, or to European Commission that we build a strong partnership and they bring more money into our ecosystem just because we open the door for them and we put them on every stage, or build the Tech Award Gala by W Launch. It's all formats that eventually they are in person. You can always be part of it, but it's in person to really drive your own success. So the answer is yes, but the next level is the NFT.
Yeah, so Alice, can you tell us about the next level? Because I'm really curious. How can you bring the offline community that you appreciate for networking, for real human feeling, to digital NFT space, to Web3? How can we combine this on the first side, not combinable things?
Yeah, I mean, like, so basically, for example, like the experience today, or what Mali has did is like, there are physical events, people meeting in person, but we also like bring them online, offline, combined together. So for example, like, there used to be, I used to be part of the, you know, like participant to Mali's event, and then I just go in this and that offline. I see her post something on LinkedIn, and then I follow and so on. But sometimes I also miss out some event because I didn't, you know, like collect all this information. And we want it to be, you know, like but I want to engage with her so much, and so does many other audience. So basically, by this digital experience, having the NFT membership, actually, like, yeah, besides like the technology itself, but the most important part is how can we help you to engage better, so I don't miss out any other news, because I'm Molly, she's like everywhere, having all kind of events. So like, it's like Star event, VC event, and Green Tech event. So I don't know how to follow all of this. And that's like a question. That's a question for many people from your community, right? So basically, like by digitalizing it, like you have a format, you have an overview, and then you have better understanding about how can we engage, not only with her events, but also like the other people from the community. Because today I meet you in this offline event, tomorrow I meet you in the other event, but there's like no structure. How can I really, you know, like make sure I can follow up with this particular community?
Okay, I see.
I would love to leverage on that, because it's a process that we're doing already for almost a year, yeah? To not be the, I would say, this bullshit NFT online asset, online digital asset, because this is like belong to the past, okay? Those that bought something, maybe they're happy with it, but believe me, they probably will never bring their investment return. So we want to make sure that what you're doing absolutely will bring you investment return, yeah? We want our members to start to earn because they are part of our members. So this is what Alice mentioned. So, for example, I just came, I was late for 2 minutes because I was with Ayan, and Ayan was on the gala stage and talked about, you know, what he's doing. And for example, he's part of W Launch, and a very strong one, and he's running agency for supporting corporates, and you know, we are also very close, which means back to the physical, I know the person. I know the drive, I know his professionality. But then I'm saying, hey, Ayan, just a second, what do you need? Mali, I need access to this, I need access to, but so put him on stage and eventually giving back to the community for his own services, for his own knowledge. So most of the time it's free, but some of the time is like, it's business to business, it's people to people that we drive within the community. And this is value that can come through the NFT, because those that will bring more value in will get more. Physical or hybrid or digital, it will be the same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Malik. Thank you, Alice. It was such an interesting discussion. I think we continue even more, but unfortunately we are running out of time. And I would like to continue this conversation with you. If you have audience, if you have any questions, unfortunately we don't have time for any questions, but you can meet Alice and Malik here and ask them everything you want. Thank you for participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Test, test, test. All right. That's not the one. I sent you. All right, we got the right one. Yes. How's everyone doing? Okay, the energy is really low, huh? How is everyone doing? Oh, okay, better. Okay, I have 10 minutes, and I only have 5 slides. So my name is Roy, and I will give my socials in the end. But my introduction is I teach entrepreneurship at university. So for the next 10 minutes, I would like to give a master class for everyone staying here. So we're going to do some exercise. We're going to have some fun. And if this is your first time to see me doing presentation, lucky for you, because you'll have a great experience. So if we can go to the next slide. All right, so I would invite everyone to stand up. Come on, stand up. All right, and so the first exercise is say hi to your left, to your right, and introduce your name. That's it. Okay, that's it up. That's it. That's it. Just a quick hi and the names. Okay, there's no conversation. Okay, so as you guys can see, we have Web 2.2 people, we have Web 3 people, and then there is group in the middle, Web 2.5 people. So I would love to invite everyone in the room. If you consider yourself Web 2 people, go here. If you consider yourself Web 3 people, go there. If you don't know where to go, stand in the middle. All right, you have 10 seconds. Go. Web 2, Web 3, and Web 2.5. Wait, we don't have anyone from Web 2? I don't believe it. Okay, good, good. Okay, so this is good. So now we have a community of Web 2. We have a community of Web 2.5. And then we have a community of Web 3 people. Okay, now, okay, remember which group you are, okay? And so we're going to move on to the next slide. So as you know, I am a community builder. So what I do is building communities. So building communities based on values. So regardless whether you are Web 2 people, Web 2.5 people, Web 3 people, you have values. So we have 4 different values that shows on the screen. Now, which value stands out to you, or which value you believe the most when you build community? So I give you 3 seconds to think. I mean, it's only 4 words, right? Transparency, collaboration, loyalty, boldness. So when I say transparency, raise your hand. When I say collaboration, sit down. When I say loyalty, go to the other side of the room. And when I say boldness, make a heart, okay? Everyone knows which value to pick, right? Just choose one. Just choose one. Okay. Value number 1, transparency. Raise your hand. Really? Only 2 people choose transparency? Can I ask these 2 beautiful ladies stand here? Because they value transparency. Okay. The second value, collaboration. Sit down if you value collaboration. Okay. And now, maybe stand over there if you value loyalty for your community. If you value loyalty for your community, stand over there. Last but not least, make a heart if you value boldness. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, great. So now, normally I do this with sticky notes, but I cannot have all the sticky notes for everyone. So now I'm gonna give invisible sticky notes for you two, which is yellow sticky notes for transparency. So what's the color of the collaboration sticky note? There we go. Oh, only 1 people from collaboration? What's the color of the sticky notes? Green. What's the color of loyalty? Red. What's the color of the boldness? Blue, yes. So raise your sticky notes if you value collaboration. Raise your sticky notes. Yes, exactly. It's invisible. Invisible. No, you guys choose not the collaboration value, okay? Yeah. And so this is your invisible sticky note. And now, what does it mean in real world? This invisible sticky note in Web3 is an NFT. So all the NFTs stands for something. If you look at the major projects nowadays, Bored Ape, Moonbird, Azuki, they all stand for something. So if we can go to my next slide. So what's the point of community and DAO and Web3 here, which is my topic, the impact of DAO community and the Web3. You can have a seat now, yeah. So if you look at all the projects in the middle, these are the leading NFT projects. Where did you get all these NFTs? You either go from OpenSea or Discord. And then the experience of minting NFTs are either through events or minting experiences. So what does this tell me? What does this tell me about community? Does anyone have ideas? You have NFT, you have fun, you go get drunk, you party. Is that point of community? You have a voice. Exactly. So the impact of community is to inspire, to educate people, to support each other. To me, the impact of DAO is about decentralized leadership within your community. So if you go to the next slide, I'm going to give you a very basic community 101 lesson. What you see in the market, the projects, the Bored Ape, the Moonbird, these are identities. These are the identity of communities. They represent who we are. They are the faces of NFT projects. And how you get these NFTs? These are structures. These are governance models for your communities. And the minting process? These are the experiences. So this is the framework of community building one-on-one. If you look at all the NFT projects, they give you a framework. And as a community builder, it's not just about the hype, the Discord channels. It's about what behind each communities. So that's exactly what I want to share in terms of the impact. And if you go to the next slide, I just want to share a little bit more what we do at SAP. So how many of you guys heard about SAP before? Yeah, it's a large company. Yeah, we do softwares. But we also do Web3. So for Web3s, we have two projects that I always share to NFT communities. So the first thing we do is NFT management, where you can think of OpenSea, but that's what we do is the OpenSea version for onboarding Web2 customers. So if you're Web2 customers, you want to get into Web3 space, we have a similar product like OpenSea, but provide a seamless experiences for you. On the other hand, we have blockchain business connector, where we connect with big brands to build infrastructure for these big brands. So I want to share these two projects because that's a community we're building at SAP. So with that, that's the end of my talk because I only have 10 minutes. So hopefully you learned something, which goes to my next slide. Yeah, if you want to collaborate with me, that's my contact. Otherwise, hopefully, have a good time.
It's on. Hello, hello. Is it on? Yeah. So it's always pretty hard to have a keynote after Roy. Like, it's not the first time I saw him doing this. All right. So who in this room owns an NFT? Yes, 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 yes. A few. Who runs your own business here? Anyone? That's quite a few people. So if you run your own business, if you run your own brand, I'm going to explain to you in this little presentation here why you need an NFT community, which is actually very close to what Roy just showed you guys before, in order to be successful in Web3. Thank you. But before I want to introduce myself real quick, my name is Chris. I've been working as a web designer and web developer since 2004, so I've been around the development space for quite a while. And I founded the Chris and Friends web design agency in 2010. We're a team of 25 people. We're based in Friedrichshain, and we technically build anything in so-called Web 2, from online shops, websites, content production, and so on. And 2 years ago, we started the NFT Lab Berlin, which is our new startup where we bridge those Web 2 customers into Web 3 using NFT technology. Awesome. I'm going to scratch the surface real quick. What actually is Web3? Because it's, in my opinion, it's crucial to understand this in order to get to understand the bigger picture. But it's not going to be a deep dive, because this would be its very own keynote here. So just that you guys heard of this before, there used to be something called Web 1, started in around the 1970s, until the 2000s. Then we had something called a dot-com bubble. You might have heard about this. And we call it the static internet, because this type of internet, you could just do nothing else than absorbing information, more or less. It was followed by so-called Web 2. That's AKA the internet as you use it every day, where you interact, you share stuff, you like stuff, you book your next ticket for the Yoonaverse conference, and so on. And then there's something new that came up. Blockchain technology has been around longer than since 2020, but I would say it became kind of famous more or less maybe around 2020. And it gives us completely new possibilities. There's things like decentralized finance, there are Web3 crypto phones, but we're going to focus on digital ownerships, on NFTs, which is one of the main things that you can do with blockchain technology, and this is what we call Web3. So what's an NFT community? NFT community, Roy explained it already a little bit. We would call them, those are the Web3 native people, the people that already, or the people that already have the funds in their wallet, have set up a wallet, and they know how to trade, mint, and sell NFTs, because the main problem that you may have at the moment with your Web2 business in Web3 is that none of your customer probably really knows how to handle digital assets. So those are NFT communities. Next, please. Thank you. I'm going to give an example now of a fashion brand that entered the Web3 world, in 2021 without collaborating with an NFT community, and then doing the same thing again 1 year later, collaborating with an NFT community and being much, much more successful. Before we focus on the number, you probably looked at the numbers already. Let's focus on the main thing on the top, which is the use case. Back then, this fashion brand had a super simple use case, which was one NFT equals one physical product. Super simple use case. It's called a token gate program. You prove the fact that you have the NFT in your wallet, and then you can order a product. The numbers are, when you say NFT owners, it's technically customers. And if you're a tier 1 fashion brand around the globe, well known around the globe, and you find the total amount of owners in Web3 is 5, and the total amount of NFT trades, for those who don't know, every time your digital assets is traded on the marketplace, you as the NFT creator, you get a fraction of the amount that is traded into your wallet. So total amount of 5 owners, 16 trades, which is technically nothing. And the last time one of these NFTs has been traded is 465 days ago, with a total amount of income, which is the total amount of Ethereum being traded on the smart contract, roughly 300 euros. I guess we can all agree on the fact that this is not a very successful NFT drop of a fashion brand in Web3. Now the same brand entering Web3 1 year later, collaborating with an NFT community, and this is the outcome. First of all, the use case has changed. Remember before it was one NFT equals one physical product. Now it's one NFT equals a 10% discount in the online shop. Different use case. Again, super simple. We should focus on this, on the easy use cases, because the harder ones will come later. Now, if we look at the numbers, we now have a total amount of customers, aka NFT owners, of over 1,000. The total amount of trades is roughly 2,500. The last time the NFT has been traded is no longer 1.5 years ago. It's roughly half an hour ago. And then if you look on the total amount of Ethereum being traded on a smart contract, it's roughly over 1 million. So the question is, how did they do that? How did they come from such low numbers in the first NFT drop to such good numbers in the second NFT drop? And the answer is, if you want to be successful in Web3, if you want to reach growth in Web3, you must partner with an active NFT community in order to bridge your brand successfully in Web3. And this sentence actually is not 100% correct, because the correct sentence would be this one. You must give value, and I'm going to show you how they did it, to an active NFT community in order to be successful or simply bridge your brands into Web3. I'm going to show you how this fashion brand did it. So, the value A. What was the value? Remember, 10% discount. Super simple value, super simple use case. So they took the value, they went to the NFT space, more or less, looking out for the NFT community founders or community managers. In this case, the NFT community is not one of the famous ones, the Bored Apes, the Azukis that Roy mentioned before. It's another one. It's called Imaginary Ones. It's roughly 9,000 NFT holders. Again, Web3 native people. All of them have set up a wallet. All have funds in their wallets. All know how to trade, mint, and sell your Web3 digital asset. And last but not least, and that's super important, these guys are super active on the social media. They have like roughly 60,000, 50,000 members on Discord and roughly 500,000 active Twitter followers. So this is the circle, and this is the bubble where you want to bring your digital asset into in order to grow in Web3. This is exactly what they did. So our fashion brand was officially announcing the fact that they're now collaborating with this new NFT community called Imaginary Ones. A. B, they were giving 50% of the value, remember the 10% discount of the NFTs, to the existing Web2 customers. You should not forget about them. They were using the classic old school Web2 techniques from Instagram, email lists, whatever was there. But what's more important is the other side. Those 50% were given again to the Web3 NFT community, the Web3 native people, and this is the outcome. The social media mentions of this fashion brand entering Web3 rocketed almost 1,000% to the year before on all NFT-related keywords, like Hugo entering fashion into metaverse, NFT, and so on and so on. And the total outcome, this brand awareness in Web3, was in a result that all 1,000 or over 1,000 NFTs were sold out on launch day in less than 2 hours. And the trading volume at the moment, I think it's now it's even more than around 700 Ethereum or something. This is super successful. So if there's one takeaway from this little presentation here is that if you want to do online marketing, reach growth in Web3, you should not use the same technique as in Web2 because it works different. And I'm going to show you 2 final slides to give you an example. Now let's rewind time a little bit, just real quick. 10 years ago, social media came up longer than 10 years ago, but let's say like 10 years ago we had something new came up that we call influencers. Influencers and brands back then understood, okay, we have to give some type of value to these centralized influencers. One account influencing other people, and this is why we call it a centralized marketing technique. It's very obvious at the moment. 10 years later, everyone does it. It's completely normal, but 10 years ago, it was something completely new that one account was given the opportunity to like do some marketing for you, send them some physical products, allow them to use your brand in order to get reach in Web2, and then simply sell in your online shop. Something completely normal now in 2023. Now, same but still yet different is in Web3. We have something called a decentralized marketing, which means you no longer reach out to one centralized person with a centralized account. You now reach out to the NFT community managers or founders, and they are then reaching out to their owners. And every single of these guys is actually an influencer by himself. And not only that, every single of these guys have a buying power within their wallet as well. So this is when it becomes a decentralized marketing tool. And maybe last but not least, there is like two buzzwords that may change in the future. In Web3, we would no longer call them influencers, we call them NFT communities, and it's no longer called followers, we call them NFT holders. Next, please. Thanks. So maybe final takeaway from this, anything you do in Web3 in the NFT community, make sure that you understand that everything circles around NFT communities. Everything circles around communities. And if you do this actually in a really, really good company, all the famous fashion brands that were successful in Web3 were doing exactly this. And the brands that were not successful in Web3, I'm not going to give you a list of them, but if you follow this instruction, this is exactly the way it goes, and you're going to be very successful in Web3, in the NFT space with your brand. That's it. Thank you. You can scan it.
Yes, stay. Okay, now we talked about NFTs and I would like to talk about something else. I'm saying always digital fashion is our new opportunity, but we have some little challenge. What we want to talk about, it's interoperability. So I would like to know of you both what you think about that and what means seamless interactions across different virtual environments and so on. But first of all, I would like that you present yourself.
Yes, thank you for having me on stage. My name is Leo Hilse. I'm the founder of Style Protocol. We also have a tiny booth, or two roll-ups right over there where you can learn more about us. And this is pretty on brand. My whole jam is interoperability. What we're doing with Style Protocol is virtual asset interoperability and utility of fashion assets and avatar across all kinds of virtual environments, games, and metaverses. I arrived here after a few years in crypto and several more years as a founder. Yeah, and this is the venture I'm currently building.
Very interesting also that we met years ago organizing fashion technology events, right?
Yeah, true, yeah. In fact, there was a time where we had this series of fashion tech events, I don't know, 2020 here in Berlin already. And then back then fashion tech was only, well, not only, but sustainability and usability of digital fittings in e-commerce environments, whereas now we're at gaming and complete asset utility, which is pretty cool.
Cool. I mean, we know you already.
Should I introduce myself again? I don't think so.
But you could explain what it means, interoperability.
I think maybe Leo starts. He's better in that. Like, he's deeper in that topic.
Interoperability.
Actually what he does.
Yeah,
right?
that's literally all we do. So here's where we're going to be in a few years. Like 5 to 10 years from now, all of us are going to have virtual identities in multiple different digital environments, metaverses, games, social platforms, virtual meeting rooms, you name it. And there's going to be digital assets that you have in either of these virtual environments. But having an avatar and a set of clothing for every specific environment that you go to is tedious and shouldn't be attainable. The goal should be that you have an asset or an avatar and you move it from one world to another. So very practically speaking, if you purchase a Gucci hoodie for 3K, an NFT, and you can only use it in Sandbox, that's shit. You want to be able to also wear it in your Zoom call. You want to be able to take this Gucci asset to Fortnite. You want to be able to lend it out to maybe your colleague or someone else for a virtual B2B event, a networking event. And this is what we do with Style Protocol, so this interoperability of digital assets. And this is what interoperability, per definition, is what should be the future and the goal of virtual assets.
Yeah, I would maybe add to this like the technical background as well. Like the project that we're running is on a chain on Ethereum, for instance. But I mean, if the journey would end like right on this chain, we couldn't go anywhere else. Like, you know, like we have to find a way, like how do we bridge this project to other blockchains? That's something of interoperability as well, I would say.
Okay, let's see. Let's go for an example. We have Mark Kane in this Berlin metaverse. So what is now the difficulty for them to move to other metaverses or whatever, to Roblox or Fortnite? What should they do? Just to understand it for everyone.
Sorry, I was zoning out. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, we have now, for example, Mark Kane exposing with the booth. They have their digital clothing. So what is now the problem for them if they would now go to Roblox? They cannot just take their clothing there and go there. This is what is the difficulty for them? Or how should they solve that also?
There's multiple difficulties. So on the one hand, you have the very obvious one. If you have different virtual environments, you potentially have also different hardware settings and different engines that you're running on, as in like software systems. So from iOS, you're moving, I don't know, to Xbox or to PC. Then you have blockchain issues potentially, if it's on-chain, or it could even be on-chain plus off-chain. So you have the layer of how do you deal with an asset that's actually off-chain, such as Roblox is an example where you can have virtual assets but they're off-chain. And then on top of that, which is probably the most critical one is the 3D visualization of the assets in these different virtual environments. So if you look at this over there, this virtual world that Yoona has built, you see how this piece of fashion looks on this. Turn around, all of you, look at this. Look at how this piece of fashion looks on this avatar. And then if someone can stand in front of these like virtual screens on the other side of the room, and you'll see these pieces of fashion, they also look different in this environment. And then if you imagine Roblox, which was the example given by Anna, it's a very bloxulated style. And managing the transition of these virtual assets and how they look in different environments is probably the most difficult thing.
So you mean like the visual style?
The visuals, yeah, I made it very complicated. You can turn around now, we're talking.
It's over.
Do you have something to add?
Maybe more or less the same thing I said before, but Leo said the same, like the technical aspect. Like imagine you have your metaverse over there and that's all on Ethereum, and then there's another metaverse, but it's on Solana. What are you going to do? So if you build one of these projects, like you should really, in order to be interoperability, you should really focus on what's the right chain for you. Yeah, EVM.
So they cannot just change. If Marcane is now here and tells us they want to change the environment and to go to another one, what should we say them?
They should talk to Leo.
They should use our product, yeah.
So now we're coming to you. What is Style Protocol doing?
So Style Protocol is infrastructure that solves this problem. That's all you need to know. You go to our website, you take the asset in whatever form it is. It can be a 3D asset, GLB, FBX, FCX, or it can be an NFT already on-chain, Solana, EVM compatible. Yeah, we've done a lot of shit actually. So whatever asset you have, you take it on our platform, and then you choose the virtual world that you want to have it available in, and then we do the magic for you, and then the asset is going to be available in this environment.
Okay, do you also work with interoperability?
We kind of do. I mean, we're building an NFT community, as I mentioned before, but what we do, like, so this project that we're building again, that's all based on Ethereum, which is the most expensive, but in my opinion, the best chain to work on. And then what we do, like, we engage our NFT holders, our community members, to drop us their equivalents on other chains, on Solana, on Polygon, Flow, you name it. We encrypt them. And then whenever there is a project, let's say on this screen, which is again on Ethereum or something, and there is a customer coming up, yeah, but we want our fashion brand to be on another chain, we can then say, that's all right, like marketing-wise, we can continue your journey because we have the equivalents of our holders decrypt. So that's, I would say this is kind of interoperability, it's such a hard word.
Yeah, I know.
But it works. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's see, how can we go forward? We have all these fashion companies. What would you say them, or what would you tell them? How can they really use digital fashion, and what makes them successful? Because we are always saying with digital fashion they can be more profitable as they are now, and it's the better way for them to do business. So that works only if they sell in all environments they can find, right? Or what do you say? What is the future for them? How should they work?
There's a lot of stuff I want to say. I'm not sure what I should say. Depending on the strategy, a fashion brand doesn't necessarily need to be available everywhere. But let's say you have a mid-range brand, such as, I don't know, Champion or Lacoste, something that a lot of people can identify with. Maybe you would want to have a digital collection available in as many virtual environments as possible. But let's say you have a high luxury brand. By design, you might only want to tackle a certain virtual environment. So this really depends on the strategy. That being said, everything should be possible. So every brand should have the opportunity to go into every environment if they needed to. But I want to say something towards the actual base of your question, which is that I don't think the issue that brands right now have when it comes to digital fashion and virtual assets is the fact that it's technically difficult or the market is not there. I think the problem we have with almost as in all other industries when it comes to innovation is the mindset and the difficulty to want to disrupt. This is maybe a personal opinion, but I think for the majority of brands, what you would do in a situation like this, where we're at a frontier of a completely new digital age of virtual identities. You don't want to take, in many cases, your classic brand and move it into the virtual world. Like this is the first time for brands in history to be given a chance to completely reinvent themselves on so many levels. Like the stuff that you can do virtually is awesome. You can have a sneaker that has a little Saturn rotating around it because it's dope, you know, like on a Nike, or this is Adidas. Or you can have a hoodie that has like neon patterns that are pulsating. You can do all this incredible stuff. And you guys have done so many of these things with Yoona AI, but yet when we've talked to brands, they hit us with, oh, how can we take this like physical collection into like the metaverse? And it's, I mean, if they don't want to do it, we don't even have to start, kind of.
What are the brands you are working with?
We work mostly, or the ones that were fun in the past were the individual designers that were open to these like spacious designs and to doing stuff that's not bound by the physical layer.
Yeah.
We've actually had talks with brands, and I'm not going to name them for strategic reasons, but there's people in this room that know about this. We've talked to brands and that have given us just this exact pitch that I was saying before, and we failed to pursue something with them because they couldn't facilitate this level of innovation of going into these virtual environments on a new frontier.
Yeah, I know what.
But I don't want to trash on like the fashion brands or the industry. I'm just saying if there's something new, you should jump into it. But not a lot of people do.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
there's still mindset. We don't have the mindset in the industry. And if you talk about middle range brands, I mean.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that a lot of fashion brands are also scared, which makes sense because they have something to lose, right? If you have a heritage like Hermes or I don't know, there's also a lot of stuff that can go wrong if you don't do it right. But you know, if you don't try it, you'll never know.
You have a lot of experience with education, right?
Yeah, you work with more brands than us, with like the classic people. We just work with Web3 nerds.
I think as soon as there is a growth inside, then it doesn't matter if you're a fashion brand or a car brand or whatever. I mean, if you have a running system which brings you money, then you don't change the system. But as soon as you see growth, potential growth, like in Web3 with NFTs or whatever, then they will change. I'm pretty sure, like every brand would do that. But like according to fashion, I see two use cases actually right here, right now, which is very simple. It happens already. A is that in this Web3 social media space, that new fashion things like new sneakers from Adidas or something are invented virtually. Like no one has ever seen them before. Before was the way, like here's a physical product, as I said before, you send it to an influencer and then everyone can see it and you can buy it. But then the new things on Adidas, it goes the other way around. There's something virtually, there's a hype created with NFT communities around a digital product that no one has ever touched before because it's not existing in real life. And then all of a sudden you can buy it. So you create the growth, the awareness first digital in Web3, and then you can buy it. This happens already. And this, I think, every fashion brand can do that. I would even say that the smaller brands should do that, because if the bigger ones don't do that, then it's potential growth for the smaller ones. This is A. And then B, another maybe NFT use case, but that's more technical background, is like proof of authenticity. Like saying, okay, those are the real shoes. They are fake. But that's technically anyone, that's just a blockchain thing. But when it comes to growth and media and all these things, then again, I think if you create something in the virtual world and then later on you can buy it in the shop, then that's super cool.
Yeah.
And Adidas has done this for a year almost, and it's really
You wanted
cool
to say something?
I just want to emphasize this small brands thing, because this is really important. A lot of you are maybe here because they're designers or you guys are building your own fashion brands. Like you, and I think none of us in this room can understand the amount of like change in virtual realities and how much time we with our digital identities are going to be spending in virtual worlds in the future. And if you start a brand now and you're going into the direction of classic IRL fashion, like yeah, that's great, cool, maybe it's going to be a little bit special, and maybe I'm going to make enemies with the statement that I'm going to make now, but if you're not looking at virtual fashion and doing stuff in video games for the customers of the future, you're being an idiot. Because the big brands, they're doing it, Nike, Adidas, this is the chance for you guys to jump on something that's going to be fucking gigantic in the future. And you should do this before you have the big brands take and shark their way up in front of you.
Totally, that was the best word at the end of the whole panel discussion. Do you want to give the brand something?
No,
Some
there's
advice?
nothing to add, to be honest. I think what I mentioned before, like be creative. I mean, fashion people are creative by nature, I would say. So if you create something, if you use a digital power and then understand how to transform this digital power, this digital value that you create, and store it on a chain, then there is potential growth. And it's actually pretty near. I don't even know if it has to be a game at the moment, to be honest. It can be, of course. Gaming is huge, but it can be much, much more simple. If I was starting a brand right now, I would rather focus on the very simple use cases, because you can do the complex stuff in a couple of years from now, when everyone else is in the game.
Yeah, Snapchat filters, Zoom, Instagram filters, anything but virtual.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we keep going with digital fashion, fashion in all virtual worlds. And I welcome Kerstin on stage. No, only Kerstin and Inbar from Israel traveled to Berlin only to talk with us, Kerstin.
Okay.
Yeah, go there.
Over here?
Yeah,
okay.
Cool. So amazing. Thanks for coming and having the last panel discussion of this day with me. Yeah, Kerstin, please introduce yourself. We start with that.
Introduce myself. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's the second time at Yoonaverse, and I really think this is a remarkable format, so happy to be here. My name is Kerstin, and I'm an art market strategist. I'm advising players from the art ecosystem on digital transformation, business model innovation, Web3 and NFT-related assignments. I am also the co-founder and author of the Art and Tech Report, and we are currently examining the impact of Web3 on the concept of art collecting. And last but not least, I'm running the Berlin chapter of Women in Blockchain Talk. So I think it's fair to say you will always find me in the intersection of art and technology, because that's what I'm most passionate about.
Yeah, and I see you always around.
I hope that's a good thing.
Yeah. And now, Inbar, to you.
My name is Inbar Shahak, and I'm a digital material designer, AR creator, and I'm a lead designer for W Lounge for the jewelry collection. Originally, I'm a jewelry designer and fashion designer, so my roots are in the physical world, and that's all the values and the design creation that I'm taking into the creation of the digital assets.
Okay, let's come. Thank you. Welcome. Let's come to the first question. What are the most significant innovations and opportunities for the fashion industry introduced by blockchain technology? Maybe, Kerstin, you can answer the first question.
When I think of the innovative impact of blockchain onto the fashion industry, I think I would probably pick two pillars of two fields where I see innovation. First of one clearly being the ability of blockchain to introduce transparency, traceability, trust onto the full fashion supply chain. I mean, now we can have blockchain-based certificates on provenance, on authenticity. I think that is combating a huge challenge in terms of counterfeiting as well. And also, if you think about sustainability and circular economy, being able to manifest and document every single transaction and movement onto the blockchain actually will put some more pressure on displaying where's the materials coming from, and what conditions is fashion being produced. So I think this is all contributing to a whole new level of transparency when it comes to the supply chain. But then equally, I think when we think about blockchain's role in virtual worlds, I think there's a major innovation introduced to digital assets, and in this case, digital fashion and collectibles, because now, in particular, because of the NFT technology, digital fashion is now ownable, and it's tradable, and it's gaining in value. So although we are talking about metaverse and virtual worlds, I think we can already see the advent of a new economy evolving, similar to the physical one, in the virtual world, and this is about digital fashion. So I think there are two bold innovations, waiting ahead, and I think that's a very exciting moment we're being in.
Yeah, it's like a new start, kind of also
yeah,
the fashion industry, no chance.
Yeah, like extending it, but not duplicating it or replicating it.
Totally. Yeah, I agree. And you, Inbar, what do you think about new innovations? What is the most the opportunity for fashion in blockchain or metaverse?
I think when it comes for the metaverse and the digital world, I am mostly interested in the things that go in like before it will reach the audience. I mean, ways to make more the ecosystem, to make it more sustainable, to like lower textile waste before I'm producing fashion. So, and I think with this blockchain process, there will be a way to show the customer all those values. Like and for companies, I think in a way, if I can use all these digital assets, all the digital fashion world, to create a better ecosystem and better workflow for the designers before, it will also give me the values of the showcase, to show it to the customers so they will feel they're part of this all better workflow, in a way.
So we have traceability and so on. We could also be part of the traceability panels, right? So we talked before about that. So what do you see, fashion and art? What do you think?
What I do think about fashion and art, well, I'm rooted in the art market, and I think it's fair to say that the combination of art and fashion, or artists and designers, have always proven very successful and inspirational in general. So looking ahead, I would definitely see this potential of collaborations between artists and fashion being extended into the digital world as well. Although coming back to what Chris said previously, I think when it comes, you as a fashion brand or fashion company, when it comes to picking or identifying a relevant artist, I don't necessarily think it's about picking a blue chip artist anymore, but rather picking a digital artist or even crypto artist, and not necessarily because it's her or his native context, but because it's Web3 and it's all about community, so you need to make sure you partner up with someone who ideally comes with credibility within the space already and also contributes with the community. So I think in terms of collaboration between art and fashion, it will be a win-win-win situation, because the cooperation partner will, combine the communities in terms of reach, and then me as a customer or consumer, I'm actually having access to two communities, and I think that's quite handy too. So I think there's a new layer in terms of when art and fashion will collaborate when it comes to the digital or virtual world, and I think that is something which is extending to the benefit we would have in a physical context.
It's also that what Leo said, like you can suddenly create hoodies with some things on it, or shoes with big, I don't know, signs what you would never design in the real world, right? You're talking about that, or are you talking?
Well, I think both. It's about, being crazier than in the real world, but also coming together in terms of projects which can be created, because two cooperation partners are joining forces, and then you have the artist as a trigger, obviously, as an entry in the communities to make it visible and to gain reach and also credibility.
Yeah, that's true. What do you think, collaboration between fashion and art, but there are also maybe other collaboration possibilities for nowadays?
I think that in a way, for artists and designers, we'll be able to do the same things in a better way, which means I have an experience of 12 years doing jewelry and art shows in the US and in Europe. And as a designer, I used to make few collections, and then I would make a different collection for Sofa Chicago or for Loot at the Med Museum. And each place has their audience, different type of audience, and I have to travel everywhere. And then Molly from W Lounge approached me, and she said, we want to make an NFT digital jewelry collection, and immediately I started the research for the client, to learn who's the client, to learn the client's need. And I realized that I can build a level of partnership with the client. I can work for a wider variety, like a wider audience of clients, and I can do everything in the same place. I don't need to travel. I don't need to think about producing different collection for each customer, and I don't need to produce before the customer says what they need. So again, it's sustainability. So I get, by taking all the values that I'm used to work with for the design process, but like elevating it for the digital world, I get so many benefits.
Yeah, that's true. Just one number. We have Laura here. She will correct me if I'm wrong. Only with the Berlin Metaverse in January, we reached 355 million people worldwide. Half of them Germany and the other half have been worldwide. You would never reach that. We would not work digitally in the Metaverse with digital fashion, right? It's a big opportunity for all the brands. So that is a very good question. Actually, Kerstin sent me all these questions. So I'm very I love this question because what is 2030? How will Europe and the fashion industry look like? I like that. How we reshape the Europe's fashion industry until then.
2030, so that's in 7 years' time.
Yeah. It's actually not that long.
That's what
that's
I was thinking.
Yeah, like 7.
Okay. Well, when I think about fashion in the future, as in 7 years' time, I'm not the fashion profi, you are, but I really hope we will see a new transparency standard based on blockchain. And having found a way where we can connect physical items to some kind of blockchain-based certificates containing information about heritage, provenance, and also details about the production chain and the supply chain. And I think that's overdue. So I don't know how it's going to look like, because I think there is a challenge how to match physical items with blockchain-based certificates. But I think that would contribute to, this demand on a consumer side to actually know who made my clothes. So I think this is going to be something we will see. And then, well, when we talk about future, and even if it's just 7 years' time, I mean, we have Gen Z, and Gen Alpha is probably one of the biggest chunks of buying power across all industries. So, and we already know those generations are very familiar and used and comfortable in using most of their time in virtual worlds. So probably digital ownership, digital identity will be the new normal. And that probably means there is a strong demand for clothing in digital formats, accessories, collectibles to actually express my digital identity, and that comes probably with a new, whole economy, as mentioned previously, and eventually probably will lead up to having 2 wardrobes, one in the physical cupboard and one digital one.
Yeah, I believe in that too. I was just calculating my daughter will be 20, so you're right. I mean, they are now 13 or 12 years old and playing and being playing games and being virtual, and then they are customers. Like, you're totally right. And 2020 is not that.
Yeah, but coming back to what Leo just said, I mean, you're talking about children being 20, but if I imagine spending my time in whatever Zoom is called in 7 years' time, I don't want to look like everyone else. So I would make an effort to. So I don't think it's necessarily something around young people in general, but how we spend time and how we want to express individuality and not be, just anyone. So I think, no, it's going to be a thing.
Yeah, cool. I'm looking forward. There's actually a book. Alex, who talked today in the morning, was giving it to me. It was like 2030. Like how will be the future or something like that. Maybe I give it to you once, and then you tell me what you think. What do you think, Inbar, about 2030?
I'm waiting to see fashion in 2030. No, but I think anyway, it's funny because you talk about to make it transparent, so we'll know who made my clothing, and I'm working with digital textile to produce less textile waste. So factories will be able to work with digital textile. In a way, the fashion industry, I think like about decades or more ago, it's like the last industry that decided they don't want to start working with digital, they don't do renders, architects do renders, designers, industrial designers, they work with renders. Everyone, they're doing renders so the customer will be able to choose what they buy before you're going to produce it. And fashion is the only industry, and the textile that just shift themselves to Asia and say we stay the same way. We're not gonna evolve. We're not gonna make this in a way new industrial revolution. And I think right now it's the right era where fashion is forced to go toward this this way of workflow to be more sustainable, because it doesn't work anymore. I mean, we see the impact on our planet that we can't keep working the same way we do it. And this is the right place where digital fashion, digital twin fashion, not just digital asset. If we create digital jewelry or digital fashion, it needs to be identical twin, not just something nice. I don't make a jewelry that will be whatever I want. I don't make a bracelet that will be whatever I want just because it's digital. I make sure, like for W launch bracelet, I made sure that it will have the precise clothes and it will look real for the customer with all the values. So I think this process that the fashion will have to go through will be amazing to look at in 10 years from now.
You're talking about A/B testings and things like that, right? To create something digital before, and then you show it, and then people buy on demand. That's what you're talking about?
I'm talking both. I'm talking about showing it before producing it, but I also think that when you make digital asset, I think for the fashion industry right now, there's this limitation between fashion and gaming, because gaming designers, they know they have to work with a lot of design. There's a huge design process that they need to work with in order to make the fashion perfect, the skin of the avatar, whatever they're working with. And fashion designers are not used to that workflow yet.
No.
So in a way, the fact that this industry will have to evolve and to produce better I think it's going to be an amazing, it's the right place. I feel doing digital fashion right now, for me, feels like I'm right in the right place where things are about to happen.
Yeah, now we're coming to the end, and we have only 5 minutes left. So now my favorite question that I asked also before. If you have like a big wall in Alexanderplatz, what would you write there? Like, what is the future? One sentence. What will be the future of digital fashion?
Can I see the quote I handed in?
What do you think?
The future for digital fashion?
Yeah, what do you see the future? What do you think?
Well, I kind of like what you said, but I don't want to take it away from you. But Yvonne heard you were first. I think there is this particular moment where digital fashion will introduce pressure on all existing mechanisms, including the physical way how fashion is produced and consumed. And I think it's a turning point.
Yeah. And you, Inbar?
I think for me,
yes, I don't have to answer anymore.
My hobby now is to make digital jewelry in Snapchat. I'm official lens curator, and I think it's funny because right now when I'm going with my friends to a bar or a restaurant, we can wear like 20 different type of earrings. We don't need to. It's not like each one of us has whatever they're wearing. It's like anyway, we're taking those pictures. We're having fun. And I can post them all over. And that's also a way of evolving fashion. I don't need to have single scarf, single jewelry, single dress, whatever. I can go to a bar and wear 20 different ones just with a single collection on my phone. And I think in a way, for the future of the digital fashion, it's fashion. It's here to stay. No matter what we're going to do, we love fashion. So we're going to do it, offline, online, digital, in any way, right?
And coming to the last question, the fabricant is saying we will be only digital fashion. Do you believe that? Because
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The fabricants are saying we'll have only digital fashion in the future. You're saying we have 2 wardrobes.
Yeah.
So what do you think? We go more for only digital, and then we're wearing only gray, I don't know, clothing, or what do you think?
I will never wear gray.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's going to be the combination of both. And I think if it's going to be 80% digital and 20% physical, I think that's up to everyone individually. But I definitely think it's going to be to
both sides.
boxes, Schränke.
Yeah, I love this. I take this with me as an inspiration, the 2 wardrobes.
2 wardrobes.
What do you think? Fully digital?
I think people are going to go back and forth because like in NFT, we said you need a community, so people will buy the NFT, but then they want to meet each other and they want to have a gathering, they want to talk, and then they'll go back and buy the NFT again. So they will still need to get dressed to meet in real life. Yeah. Fashion is here to stay.
Yeah. That's a good last sentence from both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will have one speaker more, right? And yeah, Alex. Unfortunately, Alex cannot come. He wanted to talk about space and Web3. I found it really interesting, right? But he cannot come, unfortunately. But we have Henning here. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
So I give you the stage. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Anna. So yeah, I think Alex would have done like a really entertaining presentation, I'm pretty sure. I try to do my best. I talk about a little bit about a bigger high-level topic, moving from platform economy, what we're all used to, Facebook and so on, to token economy, and how it will affect the fashion industry, but especially every industry in the next few years to come. So maybe a quick introduction to me. That's me on the left or right side, from your point of view. I minted my first Bitcoin in 2013 because I was a little bit nerdy and interested in the tech. And then kind of just did nothing with it. I traded a little bit, I hodled a little bit, and especially I sold always too early. So I not 10 Lambos somewhere standing around waiting for me. What fascinated me was the book Token Economy in 2019. Because this book, in the end, opened up a new mind for me. It opened really a new world of how we do business in the next years, in the next 5 to 10 years. And that also, in the end, was the reason I sold all stocks I had and invested everything in crypto. And especially not necessarily in crypto. It is, of course, always cryptocurrencies, but especially the underlying architecture. So if you use the technology, if I think it's a good product, more people will adopt to it, more people will use it, so the stock is, of course, also rising. And that's why I have deep trust in this field of token economy and all the different solutions that are built there, because the underlying infrastructure of what we will see in the next 5 to 10 years. So moved on, I work at HI, the Axel Springer Consultancy. We have a small agency developing growth products and new business models for our customers. We founded a new unit last year in 2002, and also built like the Web3 Pioneers, which is like a community of corporates. So the main problem we see right now in this whole Web3 space is a lot of people interested in this, a lot of people are interested in the topic and the technology, but not enough corporates are coming to this field exchanging ideas. So we had this already, I think Chris mentioned this, we moved from platform economy to a token economy. The main idea is that we as users have a different approach of how we use these platforms and these different solutions. We are incentivized of using the platforms because we have to buy the token, use the tokens and so on. So there's more decentralization, more transparency, more ownership that kind of gets back to the user and away from the big corporates that we see here. To give you a little bit of perspective, and actually I have 2 slides that are a little bit more technical, and then I go into the examples. We have, everybody knows the internet, right? And we will use the internet in the upcoming years. Nothing will change there. But with Web3, we have new technologies built on blockchain technology with smart contracts and tokenization that you heard already, that gives a new layer to it, which enables digital identity, which was discussed, control over digital assets, fractionalization of assets, for example, a house or art and stuff like that. And it's also a native payment system already integrated. It means we don't need banks necessarily, we don't need PayPal, that is included in this technology. And this means that all industries in the end will be affected in the next 5 to 10 years, be it music and fashion, which are pretty much, because they're so innovative, at the forefront with especially big use cases that are known, like Artifact and Nike was mentioned before, but also in the publishing space, production, manufacturing space, IT service, and so on. Why this is important, and as I mentioned, it's the last slide, because we'll go into detail, but to point out what tokenization in the end really means. It means that a digital asset is put on a blockchain and everybody in the world knows where this asset is and who it belongs to. It depends a little bit on which token it is, but you can trade these tokens around the clock. You can invest in these tokens, trade these tokens cross-border. You can fractionalize these tokens, put them in smaller pieces. You can program them to do something, to change color, to maybe send you money every 2 months, to do anything you like, and it's cryptographic secure. So in the end, with this technology, it's possible to merge the best stuff of the physical assets and digital assets together, and then really enable real estate, for example, tokenization, art tokenization, shares, patents, and luxury goods. Okay, next one. Why I'm talking about this, since everybody's talking about AI, and AI is the next hype topic and so on. Behind the curtain, a lot of people are working on this topic. They just have to look at these charts. I think Ethereum started in 2015, yeah, and it's rising on a daily basis. Yeah, there are on a daily basis more smart contracts get deployed, more Ethereum developers getting on board, and more transactions on the blockchain are happening. That's something that's not in the news, especially not right now, but it's happening on a constant basis. Okay. So since you're on the Fashion Week, you saw this example already. We discussed already Nike with the Clone X. I think the important thing is what you can do with this to really leverage the technology to build communities and leverage your brand. For example, Nike bought Artifact several years ago, I think 2 years ago now, and Artifact was like a design studio building hats, shoes, and fashion stuff for a digital space. They bought it and built their whole strategy in Web3 space around this company and with these boys and girls that really work in this company, enabling them to then, for example, really bridging the gap from digital goods to physical goods. So they move on to phygital. Like when you own the Clone X, and the guys above, and these all guys, have a certain trade on their token coded in, you were able to redeem a physical sneaker. Also a digital one, but also the physical one. They did with the Remova, for example, a collaboration, and they're really getting into this space, merging digital and physical. Yep. The same for Tiffany's, actually. You saw, I think, the CryptoPunks before. They did a very limited edition for CryptoPunk holders where you can buy an NFT and exchange it for a real-world necklace. Next. Same for games. It was mentioned that in the end, games right now, the people developing these games, they own in the end also the assets inside these games. With Web3 technology, it will be possible to really own the assets you buy there, you invest in, get them, like Leo told before with this protocol, get them out of one specific game and put into another one. A lot of brands are already working in this field. And what I personally think is exciting, maybe also for you, I'm not sure what all your background is in fashion, but the guy left, Daniel Allen, he's like a musician. I like him very much, and he's releasing, of course, a lot of stuff on Spotify. There's all the albums on Spotify, but specific tracks he's only releasing as an NFT for fans to buy. And he only releases 100 of them. Of course, you can listen to them without owning the NFT, but as a true believer, you finance him by buying the NFT. And this is also, I think, possible for the art world in a comparable way. These were fashion examples, real niche ones. I think the most important thing, and I mentioned before that not enough corporates get into the field, but they're getting to the field. For example, Starbucks is building their own loyalty program completely. They do 50% in the whole wide world revenue with a loyalty program, and they moved on to Polygon Web3 technology. They rolled it out in the US. It's also coming to Europe in the next months. Siemens did a digital bond. Google is accepting Coinbase with crypto payments, and Telecom is providing the infrastructure for this. So all these companies are getting in the field, and it's already going in the direction of this token economy I was mentioning before. Rio Tinto and BMW for supply chain tracing. Actually, Louis Vuitton is doing the same for the secondary market to track down the products, where they are from, if they're counterfeit, and so on. There's still some journey to go. So there will be legal boundaries. There will be technology boundaries. The usability is not that good, but there are so many upsides that I think when technology is once out, it will be adapted over time. So from my point of view, next please, the most important thing is to get to know the different concepts, the different ideas behind Web3, the possibilities, also the risks, and just get used to it and really think about how might this help my business, my product right now or in the mid or long-term future. You can either do this alone, or, since I mentioned it before, we founded the Web3 Pioneers, which a lot of corporates already involved, to kind of have a weekly or monthly webinar, weekly newsletter, and have this exchange of ideas together and really also develop new products, new ideas in this field. With this, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. That was our last talk. I'm so happy to have you all here. Also to our Metaverse visitors, thank you. Thanks to immersive, thanks to Felder & Felder, Mali, Kerstin, all the startups outside, Zensit, ID Factory, Size, Renoon, who else? VRBB, Berlin Partner, the Senate, Premium, thank you. I'm very happy that we could hold this conference today, and we're looking forward for the next one. And enjoy now the drinks. We have still vodka. Still, you can have NFTs. And did I forget something, Laura? Everything good? Okay, thanks to our team, by the way, for the amazing organization. Thanks to Niels and his team. Thanks, Henning. Let's go for a drink.